Kathy just pinged me and said she was on, but she's not on yet. So
I bet she went to the other one.
pinging her right now. Okay, we're waiting for you. She said that she's calling in right now, so we'll give her 1 second there.
Okay. Councilmember Ham spoke with me earlier today. I don't think he's going to make it. Someone else may have that information.
We've got a quorum present.
Great. Are there any public comments?
There are no public comments for closed session.
Okay. With that, I'll make a motion and move to our closed session portion. Second.
This is Laura. Okay, fine, you can second it, but I'll be recusing myself from the Anthem Sales Management lawsuit.
Okay. So note that recusal, and then I'll also note my recusal as to the TCA litigation matter.
Mayor, we have the acquisition of the De Los Mares site for the hospital. This is Scott Smith, and you noted that you wanted to recuse on that too. Both those items will be put at the end. Thank you.
I was scanning down. Thank you, Scott. I'll be recusing from both those items. So with those notes of recusals, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So I think that was 3-0 that I heard. In favor of.
Hi, Kathy Ward.
And welcome, Councilwoman Ward.
Thank
We just moved to closed session.
Okay, thank you.
I'll turn off the mic.
to begin open session.
So we'll call the
Great, thank you.
meeting of April 7th to order. We'll start with a roll call. Mayor Bain?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
Here.
Councilmember James?
Here.
Councilmember Ward?
Here.
And Councilmember Ham still absent? All right, so we'll go ahead and get started. First item on the agenda, Pledge of Allegiance. Mayor Bain, who would you like to lead the pledge?
Is there someone that's there present that can lead the pledge?
Erection.
Son, would you do us the honor and lead the pledge, please?
I'd be honored if everyone could stand, raise your right hand over your heart, and begin after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
The flag of the United States of America,
To the republic.
States, one
which
nation,
stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. First item on the agenda is a toll road update, and we actually have two public comments that Megan Jimenez will read into the record. Do you want those first, or does anyone have, any council members wish to speak to the item?
I'll wait for the speakers. I just had a question.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may amend the comment.
Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead. I can't. It's cutting out on me.
Oh, the toll road update. Do we have someone providing the toll road update?
There is no update to be provided today.
Oh, there's Mayor, for Assistant Manager Erection, perhaps then. I know we have a contract that's waiting to be executed with a lobbyist, Afriac, for $180,000 a year, and they do toll road strategy. You shared with me. Could you tell me what they've done, an example of a few things they've done for the toll road update lately?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, I can be really brief on this. We currently have a contract with Aprea McKaylee that provides us legislative advocacy support on behalf of the city. They are currently working on a number of bills in Sacramento on behalf of the city, a bill sponsored by Bill Bro, and then a bill sponsored by Pat Bates. And so they are working on those bills with those legislators' staff as committee hearings are being obviously pushed out but scheduled for a later date. And we'll be working with the city council, the mayor, and so forth as those hearings come forward to garner their support on those items.
Okay, so but do you recall them setting up a meeting regarding the toll road with the assembly member and the senator on this matter, on the toll roads? Because, as you know, the TCA has announced that they won't be pursuing and is out through San Clemente now, and they're withdrawing and pulling the lawsuit. Eventually we'll be settling this or going forward with the fees, et cetera, in the courts when they reopen. But could you let us know what they have done?
I absolutely will take that request. And
Eric, real quick, this is Mayor Bain. So I'll interject. So Laura, you probably haven't checked the agenda for this Thursday for the TCA, but there are two items that are being considered related to this legislation.
Oh, great.
As you know, myself and BBK have been litigating this matter for some time, and one of the items that I think our community expects and wants, if the TCA is truly abandoning these routes, as they say they are, is for the legislative route for the 241 to be amended by legislation. The TCA and their staff recommendation has come out with an oppose as to that bill, which is obviously concerning for those of us that care about the posterity of not having a toll road through town for the next 20 to 50 years. And the second item is the legislation proposed by Senator Bates that would protect the open space conservation easements through town, and the TCA has also taken an oppose as to that measure. So my understanding, and I believe the City Council's instruction related to that, has been to promote those bills, despite the fact that the TCA and Caltrans continue to oppose those. So, Eric, if there's anything I missed, please add it, but that's my understanding.
Okay, that's great. Thanks, Mayor Bain. I just was hoping that staff could just tell us if what EPRIA has done, because I reached out to them a couple weeks ago, and they do cost us $180,000 a year. And I'm just trying to be fiscally conservative, especially in the tough financial times we're facing. And I just wonder if Mark Capreda has met with anyone other than Assemblymember Bro on his bill. And I'm just trying to understand what he's done and just have one example. That's all.
So I can tell you that Mr. Prey and I met with Tasha Horvath Bernal a couple of times. We met with Bill Bro Bates. We went up to Sacramento twice to speak to the head of Caltrans. We've done a number of matters to pursue these bills. So I can speak to that because I've been dealing with Mr. Prey on those legislative issues.
Mayor, if I may make a comment.
Please, Councilman Ward.
Thank you. I think the public should be very aware that this Thursday, TCA is instructing their directors to take an opposition approach to these bills. These bills protect the open space in San Clemente from any further alignment, which TCA has said they have formally concluded the South County traffic relief effort, and that their study showed that there was no benefit to having the alignment to I-5. And I think it's very concerning, and it would be to our residents, that they, even though that they have taken that vote, they are unwilling to settle or allow these bills to continue that would end the legislation. They effectively have no more mission to get a road to I-5 through San Clemente. It didn't have any benefit, and that they shouldn't be opposing these bills at this time. So I think I think the public needs to know that, and that is happening on Thursday. And I'm wondering if the council would entertain anything being put up on our website for the public to understand this and what's happening on Thursday, so that they could weigh in if they wanted to.
Yeah, I would support that, and I've heard from a couple of members of the public express concern about the actions on Thursday. That is the TCA truly giving up these routes, or are they just deferring them for a time period? Because otherwise, there's concern as to why they would even oppose this legislation, which, I understood was going to be supported at one point, and now it's not. So it seems like a little bit of a bait and switch.
Yes, so I agree, and I think that we should put this up on our put the TCA agenda item, just that one item up, with a notice that they are asking the directors to take an opposition. Of course, this is just staff asking for that. The directors could vote differently, but they may want some public support.
So I'd be supportive of that. Eric, can we get that on the website?
Yes, Mayor, we can get those up tomorrow morning.
And
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Mayor,
you very
if I could
much.
as well. And Mr. Mayor, if I could, this is the city manager, interim city manager, Mr. Dunnick. Staff also asked Mr. Aprea to develop a report that will be coming to the council. We'll be putting that out to all of you probably by the end of this week, so you can see what activities he's been undertaking for some time.
Yeah, excuse me, city manager.
To add.
Is that it? I'm sorry to interrupt you, city manager. But yeah,
Okay,
I just wanted to make a note that I've been on council since December 2018 and never heard anything. No reports, no status, any reports from the consultant that we pay $180,000 a year for. So I reached out to Mark Aprea less than 2 weeks ago, and I asked for a summary, a memo, so to speak. And I'm glad to see it's going to be on the agenda for the public to see, but that's something we should be able to see. The taxpayers should be able to see every month a report what these high-paid consultants are doing for us, so they know we're getting our money's worth. Thank you.
Yeah,
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, I did not say it would be on the agenda. That would be up to the council to decide. They would want to do that. However, what I did say was that we would be providing that to the council, and so you would be receiving that fairly soon. In the instance that the council would like to have an item on the agenda related specifically to this, I'd be more than glad to so accommodate it.
Thank you, City Manager. I plan to propose that under my council comments to bring back all the consultants and lobbyists to look at and see if we're getting value and if they're even necessary. Thank you.
Okay, so moving to the next item, I think is update on the homeless issues.
Mayor Bain, we actually have two public comments on the toll road first.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
The first comment comes from Pete Van Nuys. TCA's apparent retreat to option 22 and the retirement of their overpaid CEO suggests the agency is facing the reality of its chronic failures from the outset. TCA failed to draft a realistic business plan, to understand the wants and financial means of its target market, to budget responsibly, to manage its internal conflicts, to live up to its founding mission. Its board members have consistently failed to behave like fiscally responsible civic leaders, to tell the truth to Orange County taxpayers. Through orchestrated mission creep, TCA has morphed over the years. Its one success has been a cash cow for the OC GOP through direct contributions from its myriad vendors, consultants, and contractors. When the spotlight finally shines on TCA and its board members own up to this boondoggle, the blemish on Orange County's reputation will rival that of our infamous bankruptcy, our county equivalent to high-speed rail. The second comment comes from Michelle Schumacher. Good evening, City Council. I'm writing to you today to ask you for your support in reducing a significant tax on all Orange County residents that oftentimes goes unnoticed. Are you aware that the Transportation Corridor Agency, the TCA, has taxed OC homeowners to the tune of $706,334,000 since the TCA a government agency was established in 1987? This tax comes in the form of development fees that are assessed on new residential and commercial properties developed or remodeled within Orange County. The TCA was formed in 1987 with the explicit purpose of constructing the 73, 241, 261 toll roads. At the time that the TCA was established, bonds were issued to pay for construction of these toll roads. The promise was made by the TCA at the time of the The promise made by the TCA at the time was that the debt taken out by the TCA for construction of these new toll roads would be paid off through a combination of development fees and tolls collected on by the roads by drivers who use the roads. 100% of the debt was to be paid off within 30 years, and the toll roads were supposed to become freeways like the rest of the interstate highways within our great state. As it turns out, the TCA was horribly mismanaged, and their role has squandered these silent taxes paid by your constituents. Not only are the 73, 241, and 261 still toll roads and not freeways, but the TCA is still over $4.7 billion in debt for construction of these roads. This is a dereliction of duty and a travesty for Orange County taxpayers. By the time the bonds are repaid, it will cost $11 billion. The debt is going in the wrong direction and will never be paid down or a major taxpayer bailout.
Okay. So the 3 minutes is up there, so we can move on. Are we ready to move to the next item?
Yes, please do.
Update on homeless issue?
No update at this time.
Hi, this is Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. May I make a comment? Oh, thank
Please.
you. I don't know, this may be best suited for the warrant register, but I'm going to mention, ask Mr. Was that you, Mr. Sund, or was that City Manager?
It was me, Assistant City Manager Erection.
Okay, Mr. Sund. The homelessness issues, I've been curious and hearing from some residents too about updates pertaining to CityNet, who's the homeless outreach provider since December, and as you know, I brought it to the city's attention when I was trying to find CityNet phone number and contact information last month, and their information was not up on our website, and they'd already been working for us for 3.5 months. But I'd like to know what kind of progress they've made so that I can share with the people who've been asking. Do we get reports from them like we did with the prior provider, Mercy House, on terms of the metrics in reaching the homeless and helping them with resources?
That is correct, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. This is Eric Sund, Assistant City Manager. CityNet provides monthly reports, and we'll follow up with them to see where they're at on submitting the updated monthly report, and we will get that forwarded to the City Council.
Oh, thank you. Can you post that on the website like we used to do for Mercy House?
Just as we've done before, yes, it'll be automatically posted on our homeless webpage as well.
Oh, okay. Great. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Okay,
Oh. Do you want to go?
move on to the next item.
Yeah. Mayor, clerk from the assistant clerk, a question from the assistant clerk is whether you wanted to, since we have people on hold and at time certain, go forward to item 7A at this point.
Yeah, I was actually going to request that we have the public hearing item done first.
Thank you.
That agreeable to the council? Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
Yes.
Okay, Councilman James? Yes. Okay, Councilwoman Ward?
Yes.
Great, and Councilman Ham is not present, so I think we'll hear that item first, item 7A.
Okay, so we will go ahead and bring Mr. Connor onto the line, and I'll call out. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. So first, public hearing, consideration of a resolution that would authorize the city to acquire property located along Avenida Pico adjacent to the Rancho San Clemente Business Park, Assessor's parcel numbers 688-011-01 and 688-011-02 by eminent domain for use consistent with the property's general plan and zoning designation, including preservation of open space, habitat conservation, and mitigation banking.
Okay, do we have a staff presentation before we hear from the property owner?
Mayor and Council, this is Scott Smith. Mr. Dunnick, would you like me to present a brief summary of the written report?
Yes, I would, please, Mr. Attorney.
Mayor and Council, with your indulgence, this is City Attorney Scott Smith speaking. This item is consideration of a resolution necessity to declare that the acquisition of 2 undeveloped parcels located in Pico Canyon by eminent domain is necessary for use consistent with the property's general plan and zoning designation, and furthers the public purpose of creating and enhancing habitat conservation and mitigation banking in the city. In a nutshell, I would just present to you our written report and add this context. More than 2 decades ago, the city of San Clemente set out to create, enhance, and protect special habitat and unique habitat that you find in the city. The first and most obvious and successful effort at that was what you find in Sea Summit, which used to be called Marblehead Coastal. The Marblehead Coastal area is the vast habitat area south and west of the outlets at San Clemente that were acquired, set aside, and enhanced as coastal habitat, and that will soon be taken over and maintained in perpetuity by a nonprofit created for that purpose. When that process was underway and close to fruition, beginning in 2018, the City Council set out to look at other possibilities for creating similar community assets and similar protection for habitat. That effort was spurred in 2018 by the TCA's decision to consider, to give prime consideration to a route through that habitat in Pico Canyon that would be used and set aside as a freeway as opposed to its intended purposes as open space. The city, beginning at that time, acted quickly in concert with the Marblehead Coastal HOA to identify, delineate, and accept a conveyance of a conservation easement over that habitat. At its last city council meeting, the council added to that inventory of habitat by accepting conveyances that are similarly situated and similarly unique in the vicinity of the Talega Association's project. And efforts to catalog and to restore and bank that habitat are currently underway, depending upon the availability of city resources to fund that. This parcel is immediately adjacent to the Marblehead acquisition that I mentioned earlier, and staff is proposing that the council give consideration to acquiring that property. There have been overtures made before, previously to the San Clemente Business Park Association and more currently to that property's owner, Emergency Shelter Coalition, to negotiate a transfer of that property to the city. But those efforts have been unsuccessful, and so this resolution of necessity is set forward before the council to be able to bring that to fruition. To do this, the council needs to make certain findings that are outlined in the staff report. The first, that the public interest and necessity require the project. The second, that the project is planned or located in the manner most compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury. That the real property be acquired is necessary for the project, and that an offer to purchase the subject property was made pursuant to the requirements of the government code. The accomplishment of the basis for these findings and the effort to make an offer as required under finding number 4 are explained in greater detail in your agenda report. With that, Ms. Campanella will take us through the remaining steps for the hearing, but the staff's recommendation is that after a public hearing is held, that the council adopt a resolution of necessity, making the 4 findings that I explained earlier and that are delineated and detailed in the attached resolution, in the resolution attached to the staff report. My partner, James Gilpin, is on the line and is available on technical issues if the council has any that it would like to address to Jim or to me.
Okay, and before we open the public hearing, are there any questions or comments from members of the council? Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
I'll wait to hear the public, and then we'll have discussion, correct?
We will, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Bain.
Okay, Councilman James? Councilman James, you may be on mute.
Sorry, I was. No comments at this time.
Okay, Councilwoman Ward?
No comment at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and open the public hearing, and then Laura, if we can go ahead and hear from the property owner. I believe there are 2 speakers.
Sure, I will go ahead and
And
start.
Laura, I just asked that you keep track of the 10 minutes of time. It's going to be harder for me to do that remotely.
Yes, I've got the timer set for 10 minutes for the property owner.
Laura, if I could, before you do that, Mayor, this is Scott again, I just wanted to note that at 4:59 today, we received some extensive correspondence from the attorney for ESC, Ed Connor. That's been forwarded to the council and will be made a part of the record of the proceeding tonight.
Okay, and I'll just note that I did receive that email, as did, I believe, other members of the council. I had a chance to briefly review that, and we'll do so as the property owner is also giving their remarks as well.
Mr. Connor, are you on the line?
Yes.
And
Can you
then-
hear me?
Yes, and then the other gentleman that is also representing you, I didn't catch the name.
Yes, is J.P. Spitz, S-P-I-T-Z. He's a member of the board at the SC. We will share the time, assuming I don't go too long.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start
Okay,
the timer.
let's, Ed Connor. I currently serve as president of the Emergency Shelter Coalition. I think the city is well aware of who ESC is. But I just wanted to start off my remarks. I'm glad I heard that the council did receive the email, which we worked feverishly to get done under the difficult conditions that were imposed on us to get it done working from home. I am speaking from home right now. I assume that a number of people on the line are also speaking from the safety and security of their warm homes. And I just want to kind of focus on that for a second, because the fact of the matter is that our organization tries to serve people who have no home. And as it rained and rained and rained for the past 2 days, especially pretty much all through the night, as I climbed into bed, as I do most all the time, I think about me climbing into a nice warm bed. I think about the people, the dozens and dozens of people in your city, some of whom grew up there, went to high school there, and are homeless there. And they had no place to crawl into at night in a nice warm bed under a roof that's safe and warm. And I just wonder how many of the people on this line even thought about that last night, or any time today, as it's rained all day. How many of you even thought about it? Went even across your mind? Well, that wouldn't shock me if it didn't, because our experience with the city has been one of turmoil, trouble, and oppression, quite frankly, and harassment by this city. But that doesn't shock me. What did shock me was that less than a month ago, all of a sudden a letter dated March 9 from the BB&K firm showed up at my law firm, offering to buy our property. There was no phone call, there was no email, there was no attempt to talk to any of us, to invite us to negotiate anything. A letter showed up offering to buy. I wrote an email then back to Mr. Gilpin and said, hey, why do you guys want to buy this? I just heard the good news that the 241 extension's not going to go through San Clemente or San Juan. Why would you want to buy this? Because the stated reason in the press and in numerous other places by Mayor Bain was that, well, hey, we're doing this we want to stop the 241. And we even want to buy the ESC's property to try to stop the 241 going through there. So I said, now that that's not happening, why do you want to buy our property? I didn't get a response until I finally wrote him right before our board meeting on March 16th. I should say, yeah, it was the 16th. And I said, hey, if you don't know or you're not willing to tell us, that's fine. I'll tell my board you're not willing to tell us why you want to buy our property. So he wrote me back and said, our purpose is we want to preserve open space that's already open space. I said, oh, well, that's fairly circular, and that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, but I guess that's their reason. They want to buy our property to preserve it for what it is, to keep it in the open space condition that it already is in. Right? So, interestingly, that same day, I then get another letter from Mr. Gilpin that evening, I think actually, with another notice offer to buy, and then this was accompanied by appraisal that obviously had been in the works for some time, didn't know anything about that. And on March 23, a week later, I got another notice, this time a notice of a hearing for tonight, giving me the minimum 15 days notice that the city was going to condemn ESC's property. Again, no phone call, no attempt to talk to us, just wham, bam, let's go. We're going to take you down with the minimum amount of notice, and we're going to take your property away from you. Now, I then wrote a couple emails and letters and said, hey, can there's kind of this COVID-19 problem we all have. My law office has been closed for 3 weeks. Why are you forcing us to go to a hearing on this? Can't you put this over? I didn't even get the courtesy of a response from the city's attorneys. The only response I ever got was from Mr. Gilpin, who said, we want to buy the property to preserve it as open space because it's open space. Okay. So here we are. We have worked feverishly, as I told you. We've got a letter in. I don't need to go over the points that we raised in our letter. I think they're self-explanatory, and I don't need to duplicate the effort of repeating those. But I would indicate that there is no lawful, legitimate, good faith basis for this city to do what it's proposing to do tonight in adopting a resolution of necessity. There's no need to condemn our property, as the staff report admits, a fatal admission in the staff report that ESC can do nothing with its property right now because of Ordinance 1475, which locks it down absolutely drum tight that you cannot do anything there except hold it as open space. And yet the city says, well, we need to preserve it as open space. Well, it is open space right now, and the city knows that. And yet what the city is really doing, the true purpose, the real reason, all of which will come out in litigation, all of which will come out when we take the depositions of every one of the city council members, all of which will come out. We will prove that what is really going on here is you don't want me to do what I offered to do, open in the public, shared with you and everybody else what the dream scenario was for trying to resolve and deal with the homeless problem that your city has and will continue to have, and that you can't ignore, and that you can't have Eric's son say, no update tonight on the homeless issue. Because you cannot get away from the fact that every city, it was the #1 crisis before COVID-19 hit, the #1 statewide crisis in this state of California was homelessness. And it will continue to be, and it will go back to that when we're out of this COVID problem. And you can't run away from that. You can turn your back on these people, but they're still there. And we try to serve them. And what you're afraid we're going to do is what I offered and proposed to you to work with you cooperatively to do, which was to have this land before we ever even thought about buying the land, was to have the city work with us and the county and take possession of the property and get around Ordinance 1475 and put a homeless shelter where you can use it, where the city actually, on its own, in 2014, you studied this site. You picked this site. It was one of the sites that you said had a 500-foot buffer from all residential. We can hardly find that in the city. It was your own staff that proposed this site and got us thinking about it. So whatever, here we find ourselves tonight, though, talking about you want to take it because you don't want to let it possibly happen, that we could transfer the property to the county or the state or God forbid, the TCA, and do something that we would want to see done, which is to have a homeless shelter there. It's all very protectual. It's all very transparent in what you're doing. Don't think that somebody won't see this, especially in a court of law, especially when we get to go to court over this. And so I can, ask you, but it'll be a waste of time and my breath to ever ask you not to do something you've been doing, because every time I've ever spoken to the city council over the past, it's 6 years now, I always lose, and we end up in court. But here we are again, and I can only ask you not to do this. It is not in the interest of your city. It's certainly not in the interest of your homeless population, not my homeless population, the city of San Clemente's homeless population. They're not going to go away. We try to help them. You are trying to stop us from doing that. There's no other reason for what you're doing. And we only have maybe less than a minute. JP, would you like to say something?
No, I want you to continue.
Okay. Then let me just wrap it up. We're coming very close to our 10 minutes. Saying that we have detailed in our letter all the reasons why there is no basis for you to do this under the law. I would venture to say you have never condemned property to hold it as open space, yet that's what you're proposing to do tonight. The conservation easements that you obtained from the other property owners, that's not fee title. Apparently Talega gave you some fee title. You're trying to take fee title from us. We've gone through a number of the reasons why it is illegal.
The
it's
10 minutes is
unlawful,
up.
It's improper. It's unnecessary. Excuse me?
10
Did someone
minutes.
say something?
I was just letting you know
Hello?
the 10 minutes is up.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Mr. Connor. Mr. Spitz, Laura, are there any other public comments on this item?
Yes, we have several public comments, so I will speak for 3 minutes and then move on to the next comment. So first comment is from Julie Alt with Olin Properties. And a companion message to this letter is from Dale Lyon. He says, in the agenda, it states that the property located along Avenida Pico adjacent to the Rancho San Clemente Business Park. I would point out that this 10 acres is in a part of the business park, not adjacent to it. So from there, I'll read the letter from Julie Alt, also with Olin. Dear Mr. Dunick, Olin Properties Corporation is the owner of 10 parcels of land improved with commercial buildings, all located within the Rancho San Clemente Property Owners Association. As the owner of these buildings located adjacent to the 2 undeveloped open space parcels located southeast of Avenida Pico, now under consideration to be acquired by the city, Olin would be directly impacted by this acquisition. Please accept this correspondence as Olin's support for acquisition of the subject parcels by the city. Acquisition of the Pico Canyon open space by the city would provide the residents, business owners, and guests to the community the invaluable benefit of restoring and maintaining the natural resources and habitat that is unique to the San Clemente area. The dedication of these lands as permanent open space will provide an increase to the property values in the area by controlling density and ensuring the aesthetics of the native habitat will be maintained under public management. We appreciate the city's action in acquiring these valuable parcels to ensure their continuity and remaining open space. Sincerely, Julie Alt, General Counsel. All right, the next comment is from Javier Arnoni. San Clemente is not the place for a shelter of this size. It is decided or if it is decided or mandated that a shelter is required, that is not a good location. That's the end of that second comment. Next comment is from Fred Berg. Dear Mr. Dunick, I am the owner of a commercial office condominium within the Rancho San Clemente Property Owners Association. As the owner of this property located adjacent to the 2 undeveloped open space parcels located southeast of Avenida Pico, now under consideration to be acquired by the city, I would be directly impacted by this acquisition. I am writing you at this time to let you know that I am in full support of the city acquiring the property via an eminent domain. The acquisition of the Pico Canyon open space by the city would certainly protect the natural resources and habitat that is unique to the San Clemente area and give the city the ability to secure this parcel as open space for perpetuity through a conservation easement. This should help protect our property values in the future. Thank you for your time and consideration. Fred Berg Solis. Next is Walker Insurance Solutions, a letter from Glenn Walker. Dear Mr. Dunick, Walker Insurance Solutions. Sorry, I'm just going to reset the timer here, just so I don't give myself more than 3 minutes. Walker Insurance Solutions LLC is the owner of an office parcel located within the Rancho San Clemente Property Owners Association. Our location is located adjacent to the 2 undeveloped open space parcels located southeast of Avenida Pico, now under consideration to be acquired by the city. We would be directly impacted by this acquisition. Please accept this correspondence as our full support for acquisition of the subject parcel by the city. Acquisition of the Pico Canyon open space by the city would provide the residents, business owners, and guests to the community the invaluable benefit of restoring and maintaining the natural resources and habitat that is unique to the San Clemente area. The dedication of these lands as permanent open space will provide an increase to the property values in the area by controlling density and ensuring the aesthetics of the native habitat will be maintained under public management. We appreciate the city's action in acquiring these valuable parcels to ensure their continuity in remaining open space. Next comment is from Kevin Sheehan. Please, folks, get the property purchase done ASAP. Thanks, Kevin Sheehan. And then I've got Susan Sheehan. I support the action to acquire the property along Pico for open space. I am hopeful that you will succeed, Susan. Next is John and Deborah Mail. My wife and I, who reside at 2331 Via Zafiro, wholly support your actions to acquire the land at Pico. We don't endorse a homeless shelter in that location. Next is Tammy Arnone. I urge all city council members to vote a resounding no on any homeless shelter, specifically in the Marblehead location. San Clemente does not have the infrastructure to support a large shelter without a hospital or a mental health facility. This is just a horrible fit. Let's not forget that we have several schools within a short distance of this location. This, in so many ways, is an unexceptionable location. Tammy Arnone. And last comment, good afternoon, council. I wanted to let you know that as homeowner and board member of the Marblehead HOA, I encourage you to move forward with your proposal to try and acquire the vacant property by eminent domain. Thank you all for your hard work. Susan Hennebree, broker associate. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Are there any questions or comments from other council members? Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
Yes, thank you. Are we going to be discussing this now after the comments have concluded?
We are.
Are we ready to talk about that? Great, thank you. My
Point of order, Mayor.
Hello? Excuse me.
This is Councilmember Ward. We have to close the public hearing.
I'm going to leave it open for the time being.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you so much. My comments on this matter, I really believe it's very premature to use eminent domain under the fact that there's a current private party lawsuit that's in progress, whose plaintiffs are several Rancho San Clemente commercial property owners. So that is underway, and I think it's only prudent to let that lawsuit play out. And the only indication of this lawsuit is noted on page 7A-2, and it just doesn't really go into much detail on that, so that's missing in there. But it is a lawsuit, and when I'm finished with my comments, I'd like to hear the city attorney say what he thinks in terms of this lawsuit, and if it has a chance of winning, that would be great for, I think, the public to know. And then also, the fiscal impact in the agenda report, it's missing in its completion. I asked the city attorney what eminent domain could cost the taxpayers, right? And he indicated at least $80,000, right? And then that's very significant when you think about it. And then that doesn't include the purchase price of the land for fair market value. But that said, I just really don't support going forward with this for those reasons. It is very premature, and it is a long road, and it is open space currently. And I'd like to know from, one more thing. I did notice in the agenda package that there's a letter from Mr. Connor, and there were some claims made against Councilmember James. And I don't think it's right for people to make unsubstantiated claims, and we need to be able to defend ourselves. So I'd like to know, if Councilmember James wants to make a comment on that tonight as well, on the claims that were made against him, because those are public record that were in the agenda report. So that said, Mr. Smith, is there, what is your opinion? Would you like to weigh in on the lawsuit, the private party lawsuit by Rancho San Clemente, in your legal opinion? I'm not a lawyer, so I read it and it sounded good to me. And then also in terms of the city, if we pursued the eminent domain, what are the odds of the city prevailing? Like more than 50%? So those are my comments and questions. Thank you so much.
Great. And City Attorney, Mr. Smith, did you want to address those now or wait till after all the council comments and questions?
Whichever you want, Mr. Mayor.
If you're prepared now, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe while it's fresh. We have read the side litigation that Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson mentioned is a lawsuit brought by several members of the Business Park Association against this association, seeking to set aside the conveyance from the association to ESC. I've read the lawsuit and have also spoken to Ms. Alt. She was in the record earlier, who's general counsel to OM Properties, and I've also spoken to the counsel for the business park. The business park is defending the lawsuit and is being supported in that defense by ESC. So those parties are aggressively defending the lawsuit and ESC's right to title, at least as far as I heard. In terms of the merits of that lawsuit, I haven't spent much time investigating the merits of it and the likelihood that there'll be success in that lawsuit. I do know this, and I've discussed this issue with the lawyers on both sides. It's a complicated lawsuit. The CCNRs at issue are really antiquated and are not very clear about what board authority the association's board has to convey property. And so they are kind of having to build their cases out of whole cloth, so to speak, basing them more on common law, general principles of real estate law, and in particular, the law relating to CCNRs and board authority. So without knowing how that's going to go, because I don't, and the council hasn't authorized me to kind of audit that, I can just say that both sides agree, and I think that it's going to be a complicated case, and it's not going to be really a slam dunk for either side. That's how I would handicap it. With regard to our case, I wouldn't want to comment on the merits of it in open session or handicap that for the city council, but not publicly unless they ask me to. I will say that when councils make these determinations, especially in connection with a larger program like this, that courts are inclined traditionally to defer to the council's determination of what is a public purpose and how this acquisition fulfills that. I did want to point out that there is more to it than just having this property designated as open space. I think that's clear in the staff report, but since Mr. Connor mentioned it, it's one thing to have property designated in a general plan as open space, but that's not the same thing as having title control to it. And the city and the ability to re-affect a retransfer of that property, to set it up as a nonprofit preserve, as in Habitat Conservation preserves around us. There's a lot of property in the city that's designated open space, and we realized that when TCA first threatened to put toll roads through our community. But we were dismayed, I guess, to find that where in many communities open space is not only designated as such, but has deed restrictions to keep it in perpetuity as open space. Much property in the city, including this property and the acquisitions that I mentioned earlier, were painted in green in our general plan, but we're not under title restrictions or deed restrictions that preserved it as open space. So I wanted to mention that it was that enhancement of complete control through title to the property that was lacking, well, that is lacking in the status quo of the property, and that we found lacking as we compared it to the environments, in particular the Marblehead transfer. I hope that answers the questions as much as I can in open session.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, this is Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. Yeah, I think, well, somewhat, I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around, whether we can prevail, and I'd like to know the rate of success of that. And what if the city ends up winning, right? Say the city ends up winning in this lawsuit, then who pays the other party's fees?
Thank you for that question. If I could, Mayor, as Councilmember Ferguson indicated, the public agency's fees in a condemnation action usually run from $50,000 to $100,000. That $80,000 is near the midpoint of that range. If we prevail in the lawsuit, in defense of the lawsuit, then the city would have expended that amount plus the value of the property. The appraiser that the city retained to value this property set that at about $20,000, just under $20,000. So in round numbers, the city's out of pocket would be $100,000 to acquire title. If the city is drastically off in its estimated value of the property, and the property owner defends and prevails in that lawsuit, then the city can be required to pay all or part of the defending party's attorney's fees also. But we went to great care to make sure that the appraiser had instructions, had a reasonable range of comparable values in this. One obvious one was the value recently paid for the property by ESC when it purchases from the association. And so it will be difficult to argue in this case that value that we set is significantly off the value that they paid, because it's essentially the same number based on a purchase that happened just towards the end of the year. I don't know if Mr. Gilpin, Mayor, if Jim has anything to add to that, maybe we could invite him to supplement.
Scott, I don't have anything to add to what you've said. This is Jim Gilpin on the phone.
Great. All right, Scott, thanks, Jim. Councilman James, any questions or comments? You're on mute.
Sorry. I really don't have any comments this time. The allegations that Mr. Connor put through on this letter are laughable, and I'm not even going to comment on them. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Ward.
Mayor, so I have a question on this. Are we going to proceed to a vote? I'd rather save my comments for that period, or is that where we're at?
Okay, we're not to a vote yet. I'm just taking comments. If you want to wait, you can. I have some comments that I'd like to make.
Okay, I would.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
No, I'm sorry, Mayor. Go ahead.
Okay. So, for me, whether there's other litigation pending as to whether the business park had the right to sell the property is largely irrelevant to me, because for my state of mind, it really doesn't matter who owns the property. I would proceed with this matter, the eminent domain, regardless, because I do think it's important to have this property in a conservation easement for a variety of reasons. That's what we've done with almost all of the property in this watershed canyon already, all the way down to the new Sea Summit area that's closer to PCH. So we've been working on conservation easements, I think, for the last 2 years with different entities. because it makes sense from a conservation standpoint, but also because it makes sense, as Scott alluded to owning title to the property to make CC&Rs and other restrictions so that this can't be a road. Measure B is great, but it does allow certain roads that we've been concerned about. And so the highest and best protection for this property is to have it in a conservation easement. And while the TCA has announced that they have no current plans to proceed with the extension of the 241, absent legislation, which can be changed, there's really no guarantees that in 20, 30, 40 years, another board doesn't come along and change its mind. So, whatever the cost in terms of whether it's $19,500 for the property or a total of $200,000 for the property and the litigation to get this, I think that is an investment to the future of this watershed and making sure that no toll road comes through. This is not a pretextual move. The proof is in the fact that we've been putting conservation easement in place in this corridor for 2 years now and working on that. So, I think there's a lot of value in this. I don't think it matters who owns the property ultimately. So whether the Rancho San Clemente Business Park prevails or ESC, that doesn't matter for me. I think the city has the need and the right to take the property, and I'm supportive of that. And I think I'd remind everyone that this is also a watershed, and the amount of trash and other things that we've had in this area, from encampments or just people junking stuff, it would give me a lot of comfort to know that it's in a conservation easement and there's somebody there that's maintaining those properties and keeping them cleaned out, because that watershed runs to one of our beaches, and everyone knows what the water quality in our beaches has been like. So I'm going to be supportive of this, and part of the reason I wanted to keep the public meeting open is I'd like to take a straw vote on whether we have support for the resolution as drafted by staff. So I'm going to call a straw roll call vote at this time to see where we are. So, Councilwoman Ward?
I'm a yes.
Councilman James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
I have two more questions of the city attorney when it's my time.
Okay, and so we're doing a roll call vote right now, so if I could get a yes or no, and you can ask your questions.
At this point, before my questions, I'm a no.
Okay, and that would be a yes, so the straw vote would be 3-1. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to ask your questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Bain. These questions are for the city attorney, and it just came to my mind. Last year, I followed up on some questions pertaining to this land, and both the city attorney and Mr. Sund had responded to me, and the city had looked to acquire this land in the past, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. But the city chose not to, according to Mr. Sund, because there were HOA dues associated with it in the amount of $36,000 per year. And my question is, would these fees still apply should the city acquire this land through eminent domain? And my second question would be for the city manager. Where will, from what I gathered from Mr. Smith's response, where would the $100,000 come from in terms of funding this initially? And what's the rush considering the condition, the situation we're in right now with COVID? Thank you.
Mayor and Council, it's Scott. Maybe if I can answer the first question, Eric can field the second. The fees to be paid were that Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson mentioned were maintenance fees that attached to the property when it was owned by the association. When the city acquired the property previously, or when the city made overtures to the association previously about acquiring the property, the association was unwilling to do so after releasing the city from the fees. In the meantime, the association made the conveyance to ESC, and in so doing agreed not to impose fees. I expect through this action that we would be able to step into the shoes of ESC to take title to the property without the obligation to pay fees. And so that's the short answer to what we would expect. We would step into their shoes, and right now they've been removed from the obligation to pay the fees as part of the transfer to them.
Thank you.
Eric can speak about the allocation out of the city budget.
All right, so unless there's been a change of Councilwoman Ferguson, what I'd like to do at this time is make a motion that we keep the public hearing open and continue this item to April 21st at the next regularly scheduled council meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion by me, a second by Councilman James. I'll do a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
No.
Councilman James?
Yes.
Councilwoman Ward?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So the motion to continue the item to the 21st passes 3-1.
Okay, we'll continue that public hearing to April 21st. Before we move on to oral communications, I actually have one comment under the homeless issue, which I did not read under special presentations 1B. I had it, it's from Bonnie Barnes, so I actually had it as 7A, but she informed me she wanted it with 1B. So real quick, I'll just go back and read that. Bonnie Barnes, she sent you slides, so I'll just reference the text that she wants to go with each slide. So she says, slide 1, more negative impacts.
Pretty hard time understanding what you're saying. There's a lot of echo.
Oh, sorry.
If I may, I would recommend that for those that are listening, but let me back up. Mr. Connor and your board member, we've concluded the hearing item, so we're going to go ahead and release you from the call. Oh, you unmute them. They were muted. We're going to unmute them really quick.
Thank you.
Mr. Connor, as you understood, we'll be continuing the item to the 21st. Representatives from BBK will reach out to you in advance of that to prepare you for you to have your opportunity to be represented on the 21st. And with that, we thank you, and we'll go ahead and disconnect you from the conference call, sir.
Thank you.
And then for those that are remaining on the call, we would ask that if you could mute your phone while others are talking. We are getting some background noise that is making it difficult for others to hear. Thank you.
Okay, so what we have next is oral communications, but if we can first circle back to update on the homeless issue under special presentations. I have a comment from Bonnie Barnes. She sent it in earlier today. I had it under item 7A, but she informed me she actually wanted it under the homeless issue, so I'd like to just read that real quick to allow her 3 minutes. So she sent you all a PowerPoint presentation earlier, and she just asked that I go over each slide for you. There's just 3 slides. So slide number 1, more negative impacts to Rancho San Clemente residents and businesses have resulted from the city's unanimous vote to replace the dog park with a transient camp facility. The site, located at the north entrance of San Mateo State Park, is in CAL FIRE's very severe high fire hazard zone area, which is surrounded with acres of extremely flammable dry brush. Slide number 2, the city campsite requires campers to dismantle tents by 10 a.m., leave and not pitch tents again until 5 p.m. Instead of pitching tents every day, campers will reside in the state park's thick brush in hidden campsites stockpiled with fuels such as propane, gasoline, charcoal, and wood, and not return to the city campground. This significantly increases the threat and risk of fires. Slide number 3, adding fuel to the fire. Insurance companies such as AAA, State Farm, Farmers Allstate, Mercury, and others will no longer provide homeowners insurance to Rancho San Clemente homeowners. For example, AAA's April 13th, 2020 notice of non-renewal states your dwelling is located in an area that we consider a high brush fire exposure, which is unacceptable according to the exchange's underwriting guidelines. Finding insurance coverage has been very stressful and costly to Rancho San Clemente homeowners. The remedy is not to spend money the city does not have to build another fire station. The key is to practice fire prevention, which is free. Please do not construct a transient campsite at the entrance of San Mateo Park in CAL FIRE's very severe high fire hazard zone area. And that concludes Bonnie Barnes's comments. And we can move on to oral communications if you're ready. And we've got several comments.
Okay, please go ahead.
All right.
My name is Ryan Lenny, and although I live in Mission Viejo, I work and spend much of my time in San Clemente, so it is near and dear to my heart. In this time of crisis, when many aspects of our lives are in turmoil, I am reminded of the situation of financially insecure and housing-challenged people in our city whose predicament is especially precarious during the pandemic. Knowing and loving the city of San Clemente, I have been compelled to wonder what more we can do to help those in our community. I'd like to bring some of these solutions to light in my comment. First, I'd like to speak to the importance of including affordable housing units in the Shorecliff senior apartments. San Clemente is a beautiful place to live, but more than that, San Clemente fosters a beautiful community of residents. I believe that longtime residents of San Clemente, people who have families, have work jobs, and who have lived in San Clemente their entire life, people who make San Clemente the wonderful city we know it to be, deserve to live here. I would like to see the city that I know and love step up to the challenge and give these members of our community an affordable place to live and include affordable housing in Shorecliffs would be a significant step in this direction. I would also like to voice my concern for the lack of support for people without homes in San Clemente during this crisis. Just as I said before, I believe that San Clemente is not just a beautiful city because of our great views or stunning beaches. It is a beautiful city because of the community. And our community is only as good as how we treat the people worst off in it. A majority of the time, people without homes in San Clemente are longtime residents. I would like to see us ensure the safety of all of our residents in this time of crisis. For people without homes, this means providing alternative housing through hotels and motels to allow the isolation and social distancing that everyone is partaking in. Providing this support will keep them safe, and in doing so, it will keep our entire community safe as a result. Thank you for taking the time to consider my request. Next comment is from Christy Cornwall. Good evening, my name is Christy Cornwall, and I am the Regional Community Health Investment Lead for Mission Hospital. I'm writing to urge the San Clemente City Council to issue a citywide moratorium on evictions to protect the most vulnerable residents in our community. At Providence St. Joseph Health, we believe health is a human right. Everyone deserves the chance to live in the healthiest life possible, especially those who are poor and vulnerable. But it is not easy to take care of your health when you don't have a safe place to call home. We are concerned that Governor Newsom's recent executive order N3720 on evictions is causing confusion among renters and landlords alike and does not preclude landlords from filing eviction lawsuits. Although billed as a moratorium, the executive order merely gives residential tenants affected by COVID-19 who are in the process of being evicted extra time to respond after being served with a summons. Therefore, the order only applies to tenants already served with court documents and does not address the underlying issue of protecting renters from being evicted during this volatile time. We are also concerned that governor's orders does not require landlords to postpone collection of rent or a later date for renters economically impacted by COVID-19. Without providing tenants sufficient time to stabilize, many renters will not have the means to pay back rent, resulting in a looming wave of evictions just as our recovery efforts begin. Many cities in Orange County have enacted moratoriums covering residential tenants, but unable to pay because of COVID-19 financial hardships, and we encourage you to do the same. Mission Hospital is committed to finding ways to ensure this crisis does not further exacerbate our housing challenges. Thank you for your consideration and support. Sincerely, Christy. Next comment. My name is Ann Farrell, and I'm a resident of San Clemente and a concerned citizen. My comments concern the subject of the Shorecliff Senior Apartments and Golf Clubhouse, which I understand is an agenda item for the City Council on Tuesday. The absence of low-cost housing is of great interest to me, and I have personally witnessed how lack of affordable housing can affect families. I am asking that you consider adding more funding for affordable housing units with the new Shorecliff Senior Apartments complex. We are so fortunate to be able to live in this lovely area of South Orange County, lucky to be able to retreat to a place we call home, and very lucky to be able to live in an area that can well afford to support all of our citizens with comfortable housing. The most memorable and heartbreaking example for me is how two friends of mine became homeless. I'll call them John and Mary. We started school together, went through high school, then college. John and Mary married right out of college and had a beautiful little girl, Alice. Mary stopped working to stay home with Alice and got pregnant again. However, this time the pregnancy went very wrong. Medical bills piled up. They had to borrow on their mortgage to pay the bills and eventually lost their house. John's company was sold and he was let go. He had several second jobs, but none was enough to pay the rent on their new apartment. The couple moved in with John's parents, and just as Alice was beginning to feel secure, her grandfather died of a heart attack. Mary's pregnancy ended with losing her baby, and she contracted cancer and died within a year. The medical bills kept coming in again, and there was no money to pay them. John and his mother sold her home, but so much was owed on it, it only paid a few additional bills. There was no alcohol abuse, no drugs, nothing but terrible tragedies all the way. I never saw John and Alice again. I think the most difficult and heartbreaking part of the story is the fact that the whole family, both before and afterward, carried with them a sense of shame. They never seemed to believe that they're guilty of causing their own situation. They never believed that they were as good as their neighbors. Here in Orange County, we have experienced a dramatic rise in homelessness in recent years, but there doesn't seem to be any agreement between cities or counties on how to attack this problem. But we can be willing to help with housing for our unfortunate neighbors who could well be any one of us, given terrible unforeseen circumstances. The new apartment complex sounds beautiful. It would be wonderful if you could add a bit more to the funding for additional affordable housing units. Thank you for your consideration of my request.
All right, the next comment is from an anonymous email. While the drive-through testing is great at the hospital, violates the current zoning that requires an emergency room. Apparently, the city is waiving that requirement, but that decision isn't legal, and if legal, was required to be discussed and voted upon in open session, which did not happen. Can the city attorney explain why the city is violating the Brown Act and zoning laws? Thank you. All right, next comment is from Eric Ward. Mayor and City Council, the city awarded the contract for legal services about 5 years ago to BB&K. The value of the contract is now in excess of several $1 million. Some members of the City Council are very satisfied with the work of BB&K City Attorney Scott Smith and are reluctant to consider obtaining proposals from other law firms because they do not want to lose Scott. Issuing a request for proposals to get competitive quotations will allow the city to get the best value for its legal services. Other companies' legal staff qualifications and rates can be evaluated and compared to BB&K. The city staff can then determine which firm would provide the best service. The city staff will do more than to only evaluate the proposals based on the cost. A poor attorney would be a far greater risk to the city than a more expensive one. Getting competitive proposals does not mean losing Scott. BB&K may propose a higher or a lower rate for him depending on what they feel is the competition. Most companies have procurement procedures that will require competitive quotations for contracts above a threshold value, usually $25,000, unless bidding was waived for an emergency or a special situation. Then it would require approval by a person at a higher approval level than normal. Also, if the lowest priced bid is not chosen, the higher level of approval would be required. I was unable to find the procurement procedures for San Clemente to determine the requirements. The city should require competitive bidding for the legal services contract as requested by Councilmember Laura Ferguson. I hope the City Council will provide unanimous support for this request. There's no reason not to do this, and the cost to prepare and evaluate a legal RFP is minimal. The legal costs continue to increase dramatically. The legal costs are hours times rate. While the RFP may reduce the rate, the city staff needs to continue to work on reducing the legal hours to significantly change the cost. Regards, Eric Ward. And let's see, next comment is from Hoyen Ip. First, thanks to the city for the many emergency efforts, including supporting the restaurants. By now, there's relief programs by the Fed and state, but some mom and pop restaurants may not stretch to the day to see the money. On March 27th, an LA Times article on restaurants wrote, "Every day that help is stalled, it gets exponentially worse." On April 2nd, a UCI webinar, Understanding Disasters and Their Social Impacts on Communities, said disaster shock triggers goodwill, but the shock effect and goodwill fade out. There's only so much people can take. To save the mom and pops and the unique local culture, we must take urgent and practical actions to provide some cushion for now. I have two suggestions. One, adopt a food service where serve on request policy to reduce the cost of each takeout. It should be just adding a section of the Municipal Code Chapter 8.30. The text could be like this: 8.30.032, single-use reduction. Food vendors should only provide utensils, chopsticks, straws, lid plugs, condiment packets, napkins, and cup sleeves to customers upon request. 2, create a citywide campaign fundraiser, maybe partner with the chamber to create a sense of urgency, run the fundraiser for 1 week only. Target amount is $65,405. The theory is that every resident donates $1. If we divide the fund raised equally to every restaurant that is still open, it's little, but the social and emotional impacts make it a good starting point. How can I help? Thanks, Hoyen. And that's all for oral communications. So, moving on, motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
Mr. Mayor Bain, so moved.
Second by Ward.
Okay, motion by me, second by Councilwoman Ward. All in favor, say aye.
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 None.
Anyone opposed? Passes 4-0.
Consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action. Nothing. Closed session report, City Attorney.
There's no reportable action taken tonight.
All right, next up is the consent calendar. I do have one public comment for item 6G.
Okay, this is Mayor Pro Tem. Sorry, I'm sorry. I have a delayed sound on my phone for some reason.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Bain. I'd like to poll the warrant register for March 27th and for April 3rd. I just have a couple questions. I'm sorry, unfortunately, I don't have a hard copy in my binder of the warrant register. It was just inadvertently left out. So I only have the dates I wrote down from looking online. So I'd also like to poll from the consent calendar. Let me find my notes, sorry. What am I, 6G, and then did you say, excuse me, Mayor Bain, did a member of the public already poll 6H?
Member of the public pulled 6G, and I believe staff was going to pull 6H.
Oh, okay, I'm great with that too, 6H. Thank you so much.
Perfect. All right. Councilmember Ward, are any other items you'd like to pull from the consent calendar?
No, and I'll move the balance.
Okay, and I'll second that. Councilman James, did you have any that you wanted to pull? I believe you're muted, Mr. James.
Sorry. No, I was going to pull G and H, so I do not have any further ones. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion by a councilman, second by me to move the remainder. We'll do a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilman James.
Aye.
Councilwoman Ward.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well, so passes 4-0 to move the remainder. I believe the first item is 6C.
Okay, let's see. Great. Thank you, Mayor Bain. I had a question about, the first is the March 27th, 2020 warrant register for CityNet, our homeless outreach provider, and the charges total $16,664. And my question for the city manager or assistant city manager is to know what that encompasses for their charges. What period does it cover, and how much of it is weekly? Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, what page was that on? I'm trying to follow along.
Sorry, I didn't get that in my agenda packet that was delivered. I just had to look at that piece online. So I'm sorry, I don't recall the page number. It's under March 27, 2020 CityNet, so it should be on maybe the first or second page early in the alpha.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the March 27th and I don't see it online. I think it's on March 20th. I see it on page 1 of the March 20th.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Is it $16,664?
Yes. week one of March 20th.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could, City Manager Dunnick, I would defer to Mr. Sun to respond to the question related to that warrant item, please.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor, members of the City Council, this is Eric Sund, Assistant City Manager. I will have to pull that invoice. I suspect it is for mobile outreach services for the prior month, but when staff gets in the office tomorrow morning, we will pull the invoice and forward it to the entire council so that they can see the specific charges relative to that warrant register.
Okay, that would be, Mr. Sund, if we can put that also on the website, since we're going to be adding their progress, as we discussed earlier in this meeting, public meeting, that we'll be looking forward to seeing CityNet's progress reports online. It'd be nice for people to see the financial impact as well to the city. And then their contract expires in June, which time we can reevaluate. So thanks for clarifying that. I guess we'll look forward to seeing what 16,664 got us. And then my second warrant register item I pulled, and hopefully, Mayor Bain, I got the date right on this one, April 5th, 2020. And it was just a couple charges by BBK. So these would be actually for the city attorney and Mr. Sund, $5,000 for the public records requests that were done. And I'm just looking to staff to see if staff verified that we have $5,000 worth of public records, and if you can provide a sense of what those were for.
Yeah, this is the city attorney, mayor and council. I don't have that specific warrant or that specific invoice in front of me, but if memory serves, the vast bulk of that work has to do with people seeking to see confidential correspondence between the city attorney's office and representatives of city staff and city council, in particular billing records that are confidential work product and that can't be released without a review of the content of them and appropriate expurgation made of the records.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure, because as council members, you know, when we request documents, like I've been trying to get some documents for multiple days now that I haven't gotten yet, that we as council members, as elected officials governing the city, that we aren't included in this 5,000, you know, simply in the, you know, in the process of just doing our jobs every day. So
no, Mayor and Council, sorry to interrupt, but that the City Council has full access to all the city's records without expurgation, unless they indicate that they intend to pass those records requisitioned to the open public. So we would not involve ourselves in reviewing the content of records that Council seeks. Yeah, thanks for asking for that clarification.
Thank you, City Attorney.
Mayor, this is Eric Sund, Assistant City Manager. Just a point of clarification, I know that staff is committed to posting the CityNet reports as we have in the past on the CityNet webpage. Is it the will of the council to also post CityNet's invoices going forward as well?
Is there a second to that request by the council?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
So if there's a request by Mayor Pro Tem, is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay, then I think no. I think I'd like to see a narrative of what they're doing and what worked, and I think the warrant registers are for public consumption as it is through the agenda reports now. So if folks want to find out what we're spending on CityNet, they can go there, and then as long as we've got the narratives for folks in terms of what CityNet is doing, what outreach they've done, and what their success is, I'm fine with that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, this is Councilmember Ward. I would agree with that, and I wouldn't be for adding to the CityNet narrative.
You would be for, I'm sorry, you'd be for it?
No, I would be against adding that to the narrative. I'm sorry, somebody keeps talking, but that doesn't need to be added to the narrative, and it's an extra thing, so I'm not going to be for that.
Okay. Councilman James, any comments?
No further comments from me.
So just to make sure I'm doing
I
what
think,
the,
Eric,
Mayor, just to make
sort
sure
of,
I'm doing what the council wants, I will
Right.
be posting the narrative of the monthly activity reports that we do with CityNet. And the way I interpreted it, but clarify me if I'm wrong, the warrant is public record, so the public can see the charges relative to CityNet via the warrant register. So that's already existing on our website. We'll just be dealing with updated narrative to the CityNet page. Is that correct?
I don't know that we had consensus on either of those. So, I don't think that there was majority support for the narratives. I think what we previously talked about is posting a monthly update, so perhaps that already answers that question. So, but I
Yes.
didn't hear a majority for either of those.
The monthly reports will be up as they are with CityNet, so I'll make sure that they're up and send a link to the council.
Okay. All right.
So we just need a motion
So
to
there,
move the balance.
motion-
Oops, sorry.
I'm sorry, Laura, it's really hard to hear you. I don't know if you can get closer to a microphone, but it's really difficult to hear you.
Yeah, sorry, so we just need a motion a motion on the balance.
Okay, so is there a motion to move item 60? I'll make the motion to move item 60. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion by me, second by Councilmember James. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No. Mayor Pro Tem
Okay.
Ferguson.
Okay, so it passes 3-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson voting no. Myself, Councilman James, Councilwoman Ward voting yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the next item I think is 6G.
Yes, and we did have a comment from the public. Would you like to hear that first?
Yes, please.
This comment comes from Ian McGonigal. Mayor Bain, council members James Ferguson, and interim city manager Dunick, it is critical to address and change the real issue not included in your proposed policy and procedure number 608-8-19, election and campaign policy for city employees. With city employees commingling politics at work came to the forefront last year when council member Gene James was running in the special election against Jackson Hinkle. Council members Ham and Ward openly endorsed Hinkle with Maxinoff and Son pushing him on staff behind closed doors. Son told employees that if Gene James was elected, that you, Mayor Bain, and council members James and Ferguson would contract out their jobs. It was not enough to threaten and instill fear amongst the city workforce. What was much more nefarious was that city employees were forced to endorse Hinkle. They never voted on the endorsement. They were told they had to endorse him at a SCCEA lunch meeting on Wednesday, October 23rd, 2019. This is what must be investigated and included in the new policy. Most of the SCCEA board members work for Sund. This was Sund's failed effort to get Hinkle elected to align Hinkle with Ham and Ward so that Maxinoff and Son could continue the corrupt ways. Anyone who speaks up is bullied, harassed, retaliated against, and or forced out by them. They don't care about the community, just their paychecks and retirements. This is one of the reasons Maxinoff ran off to Pomona after Gene James was elected and Son would be gone if he could find another job. Mayor Bain, you know this is about corrupt management forcing employees to endorse their preferred candidate and has nothing to do with SCCA employees who never agreed on endorsing Hinkle, just Son's board did. As a matter of fact, board members aren't even selected or voted on by employees. They are selected by management, another practice that should be investigated. This is about your executive management, half gone now, and the SCCEA board that send bullies that forced on this on employees. This must be added to your new policy that employees should not have their jobs threatened, nor should they be forced to endorse a city council candidate without a proper vote, since that council member could be their future boss, or even worse, an endorsement against their future boss, which happened with Gene James. The SCCA does not normally endorse San Clemente City Council candidates. Why did they do so for this special election in 2019? Please update the policy to include California Election Code 18520-18522 and note that it is against the law to offer any kind of consideration or threats of unemployment so people vote or do not vote in any particular manner, such as forcing employees to endorse a candidate in fear that they will lose their jobs, or even worse, tell them that they are endorsing a candidate without their vote, which was done for the special election in 2019 and should never happen again. Stay safe during these dark days, as ironically predicted by Councilmember Ham. More importantly, remember why you were elected to clean up and save San Clemente.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yeah, Councilwoman Ward, please.
Madam Clerk, who wrote that letter? Can you say the name again?
Ian McGonigal?
Is that a city employee?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, well, I'd like to just say for the record that I don't agree with anything that was said in that letter, and I did not personally endorse anyone in the last election, so the comments on me are not true. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Ward. Councilman James?
I have no comments in regards to this. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mayor Bain. I do have some comments. I just want to make a comment to preface what I plan to say, that the government code, the California government code, does not actually require anyone to even include their name or any kind of description of who they are or where they work for in a card. They don't have to fill out a speaker card either. So I just wanted to make that note. So we don't know this person, but they didn't need to give their name to give comments. But all right, so first I'd like to acknowledge this agenda report. And it's missing a key description here of me. It says, refers to me as city council member, but that's me. It doesn't need to be a secret. I'm Laura Ferguson, Mayor Pro Tem, and feel free to use my name in agenda reports. I'm completely transparent. And I was the member who questioned the city manager as to whether city staff use city resources for any political activities to ensure compliance with law, as any good leader would do of an organization, and just making sure that they weren't abused. So other questions I posed to him too that were brought to me as allegations from employees. I do not believe the city manager looked into any of them. He, at least as far as I know, so perhaps the city attorney and assistant city manager, who are still here because our city manager departed, as you know, I'd like to know their opinion if the city manager did investigate or failed to do so. And I imagine that not to do so would definitely be a fireable offense. But moving on, I'm happy to see that we have this policy because we don't have one. I believe when I worked at the city, we had a notation in it in the personnel policy, and our city clerk was always so diligent at sending an email out to all employees to let them know the rules according to state law. I think it's government section 3207 as it pertains to government employees and prohibiting them from engaging in political activities while working. But I think this policy is excellent, and I would like to see it have some teeth. In my own experience, for instance, taking from that, and if there are some allegations or concerns raised by anyone, an employee or a council member of an agency, that this policy add an additional section that allows for an investigation. I think an investigation must occur when there's a credible inquiry, and if found to be broken, this policy has to have some kind of consequences, right, in the law, and some subsequent policy needs to say what that would be. So that said, I see that this is from the city attorney and the city manager. So I would just like to know how much time BBK bills for this matter and what it cost us, inclusive of the letter and the meetings, and to create the policy as well. I think that'd be helpful to know. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, Eric, you know that.
And members of the city council, we can have Scott look into that and get back to the council members with regards to the cost associated for the city attorney assisting and drafting this agenda report. We have done a meet and confer with the San Clemente City Employees Association on this item. It is a meet and conferable item. The association has accepted the policy without any changes. They welcome this guidance as it relates to political activities with employees during city time. And with that, that concludes staff report, and we're available for any questions.
Yeah, I guess I still have a couple of questions. It was really hard. It was really hard for me to understand what the assistant city clerk was saying in regards to the letter. But over and above the letter, what were the specific allegations? What violations of policy or law occurred? And did it come from the Employees Association, individual employees, management? Can someone fill me in on what happened?
Councilmember James, this is Eric Sund, Assistant City Manager. It appears that this public comment letter is not a city employee. We don't recognize the name. We, the city, have never received any complaint from a city employee relative to this issue. Nothing's been brought forward to the Human Resources Manager or appropriate department heads on this matter. So I'll conclude at that.
Okay, so there were no violations of law, there was no violations of employee policy in regards to the 2019 election. Is that correct?
This is Scott, Councilmember James. No, there weren't. The city surprisingly had no policy on the books about participation in elections, so it just made sense because questions were raised and there were concerns raised by employees and the public about where their rights began and ended. It made sense to bring this policy forward. So going forward from now on, there will be a clear line delineation about where their First Amendment rights begin and how use of city resources and time to further those rights is prohibited.
So I guess if there was a victim there or alleged victim there, according to the letter we received, that would be me. And what I would suggest to everyone, let's adopt this policy, let's move on, and let's forget about election 2019. We've got bigger fish to fry. Thank you.
Thanks. And I'll just wrap up. I think this is a good policy as well. This is Mayor Bain, and I think Councilwoman Ward perked up at the name of this individual because I'm sure at some point we've all gotten emails from this individual, Ian McGonigal. I've learned that it's a pseudonym. There's no such individual that exists. I've invited this person to meet with me on numerous occasions to talk about issues and concerns that they've raised. That person's refused. I don't know if this is a city employee or not, but I would just urge any city employee, to the extent that you have questions or concerns, you're free to meet with the council. I'm interested in what's happening with our city employees and elsewhere. We've met with city representatives. I've met with numerous employees. We've done investigations. We take these matters seriously. So in the interest of transparency, I don't think it's appropriate to use pseudonyms for comments. But with that said, people are free to do whatever they want. And Councilwoman Ward, perhaps that's where you heard this name, is it was a pseudonym in an email that was sent to you and other council members. So with that, is there a motion for this item?
I'll move the Hello, Mayor Bain, may I make one more comment? I didn't have my question answered.
Which question was that?
It was whether my questions of the city manager were investigated, and city attorney and assistant city manager would know, and I'd like to know if it was investigated.
Well, I had concerns about that because those are closed session items, and certainly I'd be willing to let the city attorney and city manager say whether they were investigated, but beyond that, I would have any concerns about the subject of those investigations and the content. So city manager, city attorney, can you answer whether there were investigations there?
I don't know if Bob knows, Mayor. This is Scott. I will say the answer is yes. Mr. McShanaw's offices and the HR department did investigate.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will move that item.
Sorry, Councilwoman Ward.
Yeah, I'm
said
going
a motion. Okay, and I'll second that motion.
I'm sorry, what was the motion?
Go ahead.
What was the motion?
Jean, the motion was to approve the election and campaign policy and procedure number 6088-19, effective April 8th, 2020.
I second that.
Thank you.
So motion by Councilwoman Ward, second by Councilman James. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Well, hello, this is Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. I've been trying to get a word in to see if anyone wanted to have put some teeth into this policy and allow for any credible, concerns or complaints to be investigated, and there'll be consequences, because there is not in this current policy. That's the only thing, in my opinion, I see lacking. So I'd like to make, I guess, a substitute motion to add those items, if I may.
Mayor, this is Scott. I could speak to that, and then maybe you can consider the substitute motion. We did check that. The city's personnel policies include a master provision that make violations of any policy grounds for an investigation and discipline. So by putting this in the binder of policies, those remedies that that Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson mentioned would automatically apply to this. We could easily include a cross-reference at the bottom of this policy to those master enforcement provisions, if the council so directed.
Okay, Councilwoman Ferguson, is that what you had in mind?
Well, it was just so roundabout and doublespeak. I don't really know what he said. I'm sorry. I just want to add some enforcement mechanism in this, and I just didn't get that out of what the city attorney just said.
Oh, if I could clarify, Mayor and Council, there are master enforcement mechanisms in the city's personnel policies that apply to all violations by employees of the policies, including this one. So ultimately, violation of this policy is grounds for termination already.
Oh, thank you, city attorney. I just want it to be all encompassing. So anyhow, that's where I stand.
Perhaps I can break the logjam. Scott, do you know what provision that is in the city code that is the all-encompassing enforcement mechanism, and perhaps that can be appended and included in reference in this item?
I would suggest maybe the substitute motion, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, would be a provision to this policy that cross-references the master enforcement provisions and makes it clear that they apply. We could easily loop a cross-reference in at the bottom of this new policy to those enforcement mechanisms. I'm sorry, I don't know them off the top of my head or how to reference them, but we could easily add that cross-reference so it's clear.
Thanks, Mayor Bain. I like that suggestion. I can support that. Thanks to the attorney.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to make that as your substitute motion?
Yes, I'd like to do that. I'd like to make a motion to approve the policy and procedure, election and campaign policy for city employees and cross-reference policies in the personnel policy regarding enforcement. Can I say that? Is that adequate?
Yeah, that's it. And I'd say remedies too.
Okay, thank you. And remedies too. Thank you.
Certainly, thank
Okay,
you.
and Councilman James, do you want to second that?
Second.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes 4-0.
Okay, moving on to item H, funding for COVID-19 response.
Yeah, so this is Assistant City Manager Eric Sund. I'll do a brief staff presentation in regards to this item. So the purpose of this action is to get ahead of the potential impacts and costs related to the COVID-19 situation. The city is reactivating a fund that already exists and has been used in the past for disasters, such as significant storms that occurred in the late 1990s. This is typical in significant or prolonged disaster events. The purpose is to track the direct costs in one centralized fund to better identify costs which may be reimbursable under the recent grant authorizations approved by the federal government and that would come through the state of California. Cost examples could include facility sanitations, parking lot barriers, protective equipment, senior citizen meals, increased software licensing agreements, future potential cost impacts which may be required by the state or county governments, which are currently unknown, as well as other types of acquisitions, such as additional laptops for telecommuting. As this is a developing situation, staff does know that the time frame, so staff is recommending about an amount of $500,000, which represents less than 1% of the general fund and less than 0.25% of all fund expenditures. If the city council believes this amount is excessive, staff will defer to council as the amount they feel is an appropriate amount to be funded. However, no action will make tracking of costs and funding of costs substantially harder and may delay recovery efforts. I think it's important to note we have no intention of spending $500,000, but we don't know how long this emergency is going to go and what impacts the city is going to have. And from a grant reimbursable standpoint, tracking these costs separately is key to getting swift and effective reimbursement from those agencies. Many of the costs that we're incurring are above and beyond our normal budgetary amounts, so I'll give you the example. Public Works maintenance staff is doing a lot of work related to COVID-19 beyond their normal 8-hour day. So those overtime costs are being tracked because those are something that the city can eventually seek reimbursement for in light of COVID-19. And so with that, I'll conclude my presentation and take any council questions that you may have.
Okay, are there any questions, Councilwoman Ward?
I don't have any questions. I think this is good governmental accounting practice, and I support it.
Okay, any questions or comments, Councilman James?
No, I'm going to support it. And again, just to reiterate what Eric said, not one dime of this has been spent. This is just setting aside a fund so at some later point in time we can recover funds from the federal government and or the state government. Is that correct, Eric?
That's correct, Councilmember James. And just to make note, as a standard budget practice, we need to have appropriation in order to spend down. And so by appropriating this money, we have then the authority to pay those charges that are above and beyond that are COVID related for future reimbursement.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
Thank you, Mayor Bain. I have a few comments to make on this item. I've worked for 25 years in government in 4 different agencies, and I've never heard of one putting aside $500,000 in an emergency to draw from. Like currently, of course, I work for a city at the current time and dealing with the COVID-19 response as well. And you work within your annual approved budget, right? And you charge your annual budget fund accounts and you code them. You code them for COVID-19 response. And then you track them. So then you submit to FEMA for the public, FEMA's public recovery. And you do that, and you hope you get some of it back. But you don't create what I see this as is a slush fund, $500,000 set aside and not spending the current general fund money, which we should be doing. All of our salaries, including contract, are already budgeted and accounted for this year, and half the people are telecommuting at home, and this report says increased costs due to telecommuting and sanitizing. Those don't increase costs to the tune of $500,000. Telecommuting doesn't increase costs. You're paying them anyway, whether employees are at work or not. And yes, you might have to buy some laptops. I know we did that at the city of Encinitas where I work, like $4,700 worth of laptops, and I coded them appropriately, and we'll submit those to FEMA and see if we get reimbursed. But we charged it to the existing accounts. And this report, I just don't think that it provides enough justification for these funds. So therefore, I find that problematic, and I did like hearing the good news that the city manager received from Congressman Levin's office last week, that the city will be allocated $209,000 in CDBG COVID-19 recovery funds through HUD, though it's not known exactly what these monies will be spent on until we get the official notice from HUD, but we've got those funds coming, so we should just see what we need, but if we can cover everything with that, if that's the way that we want to go forward, but we don't need to allocate another $500,000 to this in a separate fund. So that said, I also don't want to play around with any of the funds that we do have that are liquid in the city until we get to see what our anticipated revenue losses are. I mean, we're going to have some revenue losses. No doubt, immediately with sales tax and TOT tax and gas tax revenue. My goodness, people aren't driving anymore as much. And gas prices are down as well. So to do this, it's kind of putting the cart before the horse as well, if you want to look at it that way. So we just don't really know what fiscal impact we're going to see from all of the closures of the businesses here as well. So, I know the city manager is going to work on that. He responded to me probably for the next meeting to have a better idea, and staff can put together the anticipated revenue reduction so that we can plan accordingly. But the city I'm at in Encinitas already did this, and it's big. The anticipated revenues from just those three categories I mentioned is a little over $2 million just for this year, and anticipated to be $4 million next year. So I'm looking forward to having our city do the same update to the city council. That would be very helpful for us to have. And in this agenda report, it doesn't include any kind of spreadsheet to say what even these funds would be used for, or any expenditures even regarding COVID-19 to date. I'd like to see that accounting as well, but I think that's all. Thank you very much for listening.
Eric or Bob, does one of you want to address whether this appropriation is necessary? Can we just simply code for COVID-19, or do we need to do this appropriation? So, that's my question.
Mr. Mayor, I'll defer to Eric on that issue as finance reports directly to him.
Mayor, members of the City Council, Erection, Assistant City Manager. We currently have appropriations for our general fund operating budget and all of our other, regular core services. We do not have additional appropriation for the event of a disaster or expenditures related to a disaster. Tonight's action is giving us that appropriation to start charging those disaster-related expenses against that appropriation, and in turn being able to report back to FEMA and other agencies for reimbursement. If we were to try to use existing appropriations, we would have potential shortages within different budget accounts that weren't prepared budgetarily to accommodate these expenses. Thus, again, coming back to why we're asking for this appropriation in light of the COVID-19 disaster.
Okay. right, is there a motion?
So, Mayor, this is Councilmember Ward. I'll make a motion to adopt staff recommendation to approve an appropriation of $500,000 in Fund 016 Disaster Relief Fund, expenditures to fund costs related to the COVID-19 emergency. I also authorize a transfer to Fund 016 Disaster Relief Fund balance of $500,000, account 016-000-23430 to provide initial funding of costs from the general fund under designated fund balance of 001-000-23430 in the amount of $250,000 in the general liability retained earnings balance, net assets 068-000-23330 in the amount of $250,000.
Okay, and I'm going to second that with an amendment. And what I'd like to see is a report every council meeting, so every 2 weeks, or if we think that's too much, every month, detailing what expenses have gone through this appropriation, if we could get that, so we can monitor it, and so there's no concern that there is a slush fund or anything of that nature. Can we do that?
Absolutely. I would ask that we probably won't have anything significant to report by the next council meeting, so maybe the first meeting in May, we can come back with that report if that's okay with the council.
Mayor, if I can make a comment? If I can make a comment. Yes.
Sorry.
When these expenses are incurred, it's quite a while before this goes through the system and it comes down into the warrant register. So it might be difficult to do in a 1 month's time. I did note in the staff report that all of this, we only have April, May, and June left, and all of this goes to zero at the end of the year. It will, whatever is not spent will go back into the general fund, and we would have to then appropriate the money again if we need it in the next 50 years. So I don't know if May 1st is good enough. I would say that maybe by May 31st, if anything.
I think what I want, just to make this easier for all, is I understand that things go through appropriation or expenditures into the warrant register, but we know what expenses we are going to be deeming COVID-19 related expenses. And I think it'd be good just to know that number in any event, just for planning purposes, what extra costs we are facing as a result of COVID-19. So, look, I'll defer to what the majority of the council wants to do, but I do think that if we can get some sort of report at some earlier interval, so we know, I think that would assuage any concerns or most concerns that I'm hearing related to this item. So that's my intent.
Okay, so I would ask staff, what is the earliest date that they think that they could provide something that means anything at all as an update?
Councilmember Ward, Mayor, members of the City Council, Erection, Assistant City Manager. What I would probably ask is maybe we'll bring something to the council at the first meeting in May. It probably won't be a significant list, and then thereafter we can bring this back on a monthly basis just to keep the council and the public apprised as to the cost that the city's incurring related to COVID-19.
Okay.
Okay. That's fine with me. So I'll second with that amendment then. So there's a motion with my amendment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay, so that motion passes 3-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson voting no.
Okay, if we are ready to move on, we are on new business. San Clemente Trolley changes to trolley stops for 2020 season.
Good evening, Mayor Bain and City Council members. Tom Vonnegut, Public Works Director. This item, and I'm going to be brief, I'm just going to highlight a few proposed changes staff would like your concurrence with. We still are planning to start our summer trolley service on Friday, May 24th. I say that in full recognition of the fact that the current coronavirus situation may cause us to ultimately delay or potentially not offer that service this summer. But in the meantime, we are still preparing as if it will occur as planned. And with that, I'd like to just briefly highlight a few proposed changes. As I mentioned in your staff report on pages 1 and 2, you have already given staff direction to make 2 changes. One concerns the relocation of the transfer stop at the Dana Point trolley and a minor shift at Camino Capistrano and Miracosta. So we are already anticipating doing those per your prior approval. So I'd like to mention 3 other proposals very briefly. One includes the addition of a new trolley stop on Camino Capistrano at Via Breve. It's actually 2 stops, one in each direction on Camino Capistrano. This is in response to citizen request. We received a lot of feedback about the difficulty of people walking up and down the hill to catch the trolley at the stop closest to the DMV shopping center. And staff has reviewed and determined we can add a stop in the location described in your report and shown on the maps. It would require the equivalent of taking 2 parking spaces out of service with red curb. We've strived to minimize that. And I will note that we received, unless the Deputy City Clerk corrects me, we received 3 emails all in support of the proposal as it's presented to you. Moving on, the other proposal is to add a stop on Avenida Del Mar as the trolley leaves the immediate downtown area and heads down to the pier. This is to try and be responsive to a request by Casa Romantica to service the Casa Romantica. Their original request was to change the route to come down Avenida Granada. Staff feels at this time that's a bit problematic, but there is an existing bus stop, as I noted, on Del Mar that's less than 300 feet away from the Casa, and we recommend establishing a stop there. I do want to point out for transparency, the staff report notes that we were to notify Casa Romantica, and only today I found out that that notification wasn't provided. However, I was able to email Amy Behrens, who is the executive director, and we were able to converse just before the council meeting. She confirmed receipt of the staff report and supports the recommendation, and we both agreed if your council supports this, we would implement the change this summer, track the usage of that stop, and then come back if there are any further improvements to be made in the following operating season. And then finally, as I noted in the report on pages 3 and 4, we have overlapping stops in the Metrolink area. The graphic in your report's a little bit hard to see, but we want to take out a duplicate stop to avoid the trolleys bunching up. It was creating some traffic issues and impacting some of the businesses there. We believe that we'll still be able to provide the same level of service, and we do have a plan B in case we find, the one downside to this is a rider who may be getting off the train and wants to go directly to the outlets would not be able to do that. They'd have to circle around the long way. We will kind of monitor to see if that is even a demand that you know is desired, and if so, we can make a quick change. But in the meantime, we'd like to implement this change and see how it goes. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
No, thank you.
You may be muted. Councilwoman Ward?
I don't have any questions. I'd like to thank staff for an excellent staff report, and I think they're being very responsive to the citizens' requests and how the facility is operating. So I appreciate that very much. I'm going to be for the item.
Hey, Councilman James?
Just one question. I assume there's no budget impact to this.
There is a budget impact. I believe we noted there's a minor impact, and it's about $1,000 for some additional signage. We do have a trolley program budget that has available fund balance that we would charge to, and to the extent we're able to seek grant reimbursement from OCTA, we would do that. So there is what I would call a minor cost to make these changes.
Very good. I'm going to be in favor. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, so is there, and I have no questions. Thanks, Tom, for the presentation. I think this is great for the trolley. Is there a motion? I'll move the item. We adopt staff recommendation to approve the new addition of new trolley stops 17A and 17B on Camino Capistrano via Breve. Approve addition to new trolley stop 16A on Avenida Del Mar and Avenida Granada. Approve elimination of trolley stop 11 at the North Beach Metrolink station and adopt resolution number 20-28 entitled "A Resolution of the City Council, the City of San Clemente, California, amending Master Traffic Resolution number 1846, establishing no parking areas on Camino Capistrano."
Second.
I have a second. Okay.
Second.
So motion by me, second by Councilman James. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, passes 4-0.
Okay, next item on the agenda is a settlement agreement with Coastal Access Alliance versus City of San Clemente.
Mayor and Council, this is Scott Smith, City Attorney. In addition to, just to summarize the written report before you, the San Clemente City Council adopted in 2016 and 2018 a comprehensive regulatory scheme for short-term lodging units in the city. The ordinances, the STLU ordinances regulated the operation of STLUs in San Clemente and also set land use designations for their location. The ordinances also required the closure of many STLUs throughout the city. At the time that the ordinances were adopted, the California Coastal Commission recognized them, and the Coastal Commission approved a local coastal program that anticipated the STLU ordinances. But notwithstanding that, and by the way, that final approval is still pending before the Coastal Commission, the ordinances were challenged by a coalition of STLU owners and coastal access advocates taking issue with the city's enforcement of the STLU ordinances before such time that the Coastal Commission can finally approve an LCP that includes them and their specifics. Similar challenges to similar ordinances have been filed statewide. Some cities, like the city of San Diego, withdrew completely their draft ordinances and opted not to enforce them after all. San Clemente, however, has defended a challenge brought by this coalition for several years at some expense to the city. Throughout the state, trial courts have most frequently sided with San Clemente in their upholding similar ordinances. However, since the pendency of this case, one court of appeal in the applicable judicial district has ruled on grounds kind of like this against the city in question. As our case proceeded closer to hearing, which was originally set for this week, the trial court in our case has indicated preliminarily that it will consider the appellate decision, the adverse appellate decision that I mentioned earlier. So in this context, and over the course of a long time, the city and its opponents in this case have talked about a settlement compromise that's presented to you tonight that with the grandfathering of several STLUs that were shuttered in 2016 and 2018, the city, the petitioners would dismiss their case and allow to stand the city's STLU ordinances. Our recommendation is that the council adopt this settlement agreement because, mostly because the city, by adopting the settlement agreement, would avoid the risk of having the entire regulatory scheme set aside for the foreseeable future. It's possible, and we believe likely, that the Coastal Commission will approve the specifics and ratify the STLU ordinances when it takes up the matter, but we expected that the Commission's hearing on the final hearing on the city's LCP would be sometime in late 2021. We expect now, due to the COVID-19 crisis and delays that include the infection by the Coastal Commission's chair of COVID-19, that those hearings will be delayed significantly. So in the interest of keeping these ordinances on the books and being allowed to go forward with regulating STLUs, including the possibility that some 25 or 30 might qualify to reopen as they were prior to the effective date of these ordinances, we recommend that the council approve the settlement presented to you tonight.
Mayor, this is Permissible Ward.
Go ahead.
Mayor, if I may, I appreciate the city attorney's excellent staff report on this. I have concerns that have not been answered yet, and I would respectfully ask the council to defer this item until the next council meeting so that we can meet in closed session to discuss. We weren't able to do that tonight because of time constraints. We were late. And I have things that have not been addressed in this, and I ask that it be delayed a vote.
Okay, are you making a motion in that regard?
Yes, I am. I'd like to see this delayed until a time certain at the next council meeting, at which we could take it up in session.
May I make it, Mr. Mayor?
Councilman James, go ahead.
I agree with Councilmember Ward, and I will second her motion. I will also add that this is a issue that impacts families. This is an issue that impacts neighborhoods. And we are in a special, I should say, unprecedented time here. I would really like interested parties to be able to give us, the council, meaningful public comment. And in meeting in the venue that we're meeting right now, I'm not sure they're able to marshal their forces and provide that meaningful comment. So at the very least, I will second Councilmember Ward's motion to table and continue until April the 21st, and I'm not sure we're going to be able to get meaningful public comment at that time as well. With that said, I second the motion.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
Excuse
a
me.
Motion a second.
Mayor,
Comments.
Mayor Bain, could I just interject?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Bain. First, if this is going to be continued and come back, I would like to see staff revise this agenda report so that it includes the true fiscal impact of this decision, because it's missing the BDK costs. Fight this lawsuit, and that total is almost $100,000. So I'd like to have that included in there, and the city attorney provided those breakout of expenditures and costs that total almost $100,000. So we need to be sure we're transparent with these lawsuits and how much they're really costing us in their entirety. And I'm fine going along with continuing it. I'm just surprised because Councilmember Ward and I served on the ad hoc committee regarding this settlement, and I thought everything was pretty clear and decided, but that's fine. I will support her, and maybe some new questions had come up, and I'm totally in support of her getting answers to those. So yes, I will support continuing this item. Thank you.
Okay. So before the vote, I just have a couple of comments. Councilman James, I'll just disagree with you on one point. I do think that people have had a chance to voice their concerns. I've seen a number of emails come to the city expressing, sort of their objections to this. I think people have had an opportunity to comment. While they couldn't have been in person, I think, a lot of the emails and letters that I saw did get that point across. And I do want to make sure that, look, we're a government, we're an essential service, we're trying to provide people with governance. And so to the extent that people question why this item is coming before us, it's because we've been working on the settlement, as Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson alluded to, for several months now, predominantly because, there's been a process and litigation. There was going to be a hearing. And I'm going to support a continuance as well, because it looks like that's where the council wants to go. But, for those comments that I've read, this council has stood up against STLUs, especially the bad operators. We've supported this ordinance to date. And I just want to be clear with folks that we're not capitulating through this settlement to give STLU folks sort of carte blanche. What we are trying to do is avoid a fiscal impact and losing a lawsuit, potentially, and also potentially, as the city attorney alluded to, opening our entire statutory framework up such that STLUs can be anywhere in our coastal zone. And I want people to understand that that could be the potential outcome here and what we're trying to avoid. And the numbers that I've heard were around 27 properties in that neighborhood that might, and I stress might, be eligible to continue operating under the settlement, not hundreds that would be able to operate if our entire statutory framework was opened back up. So when this item comes back before the council, I don't want people to be surprised if I vote in favor of this, because the alternative is far, far worse to our community and to people who are concerned about STLUs coming into their neighborhood than approving this settlement. And that's my belief. But I will support this motion to continue the item for now, to give people a chance to comment, and to the extent they haven't already. But I want that out there for people to sort of digest before them. So anyway, there's a motion and a second.
Mayor Bain, before you make a vote, can I just interject real quickly?
There's comments, right?
Exactly, and do you want me to go ahead and read those tonight, or do you want to continue them to the April 21st meeting? I just want to get it on the record.
Mayor, it's Scott, I think you have to hear them since they were submitted tonight, and we can't ask that they be withdrawn.
So I think we need to go ahead and read them into the public record. I think I've read most of them, but go ahead and read them into the public record.
Okay.
Mayor, point of order on this. Hold on, Laura, real quick. Mayor, I think we all received them and read. We can say that we've read each and every one of them. And that's not why I'm making my motion based on what those comments were. I'm making my motion because of what I've stated.
Sure, yeah, and I understand that. I just want to make sure that there might be new, I don't know. City Attorney, is there any issue if we have received those written comments and read them, and they're not read into the record and saved for the 21st, or do we need to have them read tonight?
I'm sorry to say that the conservative approach that I've adopted is we have to actually have them reach your ears in addition to your eyes, so they need to be read.
Okay. So we read them, we received them, but let's hear them again, Laura.
All right, we will get started. Joe Janis. So I've already cut myself off. Joe Janis. Needless to say, we are very surprised by Agenda Item 9B, Settlement Agreement, Coastal Access Alliance. Currently, we all have greater fish to fry, and shame on any group that wants to ram this through during these tough times. For several years, vacation rental owners, property managers, and the vacation rental industry have been trying to convince us or force us into allowing them to operate in our residential low neighborhoods. This is not an urgent matter. It's been going on for several years. It does not need to be decided tonight. Due to COVID-19, our residents and families are dealing with so much uncertainty and grief in this unconscionable to expect to residents to deal with this controversial topic now. Please table this item until we get back to normal so that all residents have adequate time to digest this proposal. We appreciate your service, and please don't let the monetary desires of a few bring further stress to our neighborhoods. Joe Janis. Moving on to the next comment, Jody Giles. Mayor Bain, Councilman James et al., please do not settle with Coastal Access Alliance extending STLUs another 6 years. No, I bought my home close to an STLU knowing it would be shut down in 2016. If you reverse course, I will have to consider bringing suit against the city myself. I expect many residents would feel as I do. Perhaps we could create our own alliance or bring a class action suit against the city. I will not allow the headaches of an STLU in my neighborhood again. And despite disagreeing with the staff recommendation to pay $125,000 to settle and pay, I find it unbelievable that you would schedule the vote on the staff recommendation to settle on Tuesday, April 7th during a state and county mandated period advising against gathering due to COVID-19. Are you kidding me? How do resident owners get to make a comment? You were reelected with a commitment to represent your constituents. STLU operators are not your constituents. I am. I voted for you because you were against STLUs and low-density residential. This feels like a conspiracy taking advantage of tragedy. I personally am going to do everything in my power to make everybody aware of this if the vote is not suspended or delayed. Joseph and Jody Giles. Next comment is from Cindy Lewis. The city council should be looking after the interests of the city of San Clemente. Renting these homes out is running a business. This shouldn't be allowed in residential neighborhoods. Next comment. Dear Mayor and council members, I write to you today as a homeowner of San Clemente and the Pier Bowl. My father, who is 91 years old, is a homeowner in the Pier Bowl also. I've been part of this community since I was 10 years old when it truly was a nice, quiet place by the beach. That was 1972. I wanted to voice my objection that City Council would even think of voting on such a sensitive plan without allowing the citizens of this community to attend and provide comment. You are all here to serve the community, and with COVID-19, the community is not allowed to enter a public group, and therefore your decisions are made without those that it truly affects. I'm asking for council to table this until such a time that COVID-19 is passed and it's safe for the community to attend. This will affect our city. To allow these types of services into our city will only create more damage to an already strained infrastructure and economy. What will it take for you to see that? San Clemente does not have a hospital. By allowing these types of businesses to come in, we add additional strain to our responders who are here to care for the residents of our community. Please push this to an agenda at such time that the citizens can attend. It's the right thing to do. Respectfully, Mary Wells.
Dear City Council, I'm requesting that we hold on making any decisions regarding allowing or disallowing short-term lease units until the people can be heard. Seems the best solution for now. Sincerely, Shannon Bain. Hello, council members. My name is Matt Flesher, and I'm a resident of San Clemente. I own a single-family home, and I live with my wife and daughter in a low-density residential neighborhood in southwest San Clemente. I'm very disappointed to see that our new city council has decided to settle the lawsuit with the Coastal Access Alliance. I appreciate council members Ham and Ward for their tireless efforts to protect our neighborhoods and keep them from turning into rows of motels. When council members Bain and James were running for office, I had email correspondence with both individuals whom told me they supported the council's 2018 zoning laws in regards to STLUs. It seems that certain council members have had a change of heart. Well, the signs are already posted on numerous homes in my neighborhood that state vacation rental. The motels are returning to my neighborhood. My only hope is the new city council does not choose to further erode the zoning laws of 2018, and I hope that this madness of turning our neighborhoods into motels ends in the year of 2026. Very truly yours, Matt Flesher. Esteemed council members, it has come to my attention that the council will again be considering allowing renewed license of short-term rentals in our city's low-density zone neighborhoods. I understand there is a lot of money at stake and resultant pressure, but believe in fabric of our city means more than money, which will mostly be collected by outside interest purchasing and running unregulated small hotels in our low-density neighborhoods. My wife and I raised two daughters, now 19 and 22, in the neighborhood near Lawson Beach. Our family grew alongside many other families who moved to our neighborhood for the promise of a family neighborhood and a beach-oriented lifestyle. We are thankful for that opportunity. In recent years, our neighbors have fought to keep largely unregulated rehab homes and short-term vacation rentals out of our neighborhoods because we have seen the impact of the clash between these two dramatically different land uses. I have seen the impact of vacation rentals on local families, one of the 300 block of Gaviota and another in the 100 block of Cornelio, which illustrate the problems these businesses can cause. The root of the problem is twofold and erodes the fabric of a neighborhood. Neighbors care about each other because neighbors must live together and coexist. Yes, difficulties arise among neighbors, but some semblance of peace is usually restored because neighbors must coexist. Short-term rentals by their very nature bring people into a neighborhood who aren't concerned with coexisting, but rather are concerned with having a good time on vacation or for their bachelor party, wedding, whatever the reason for a visit. Lots of visitors, cars, celebratory noise, etc. by visitors who feel the money they have paid gives them the right to do as they please, which fits like a cheap suit in a neighborhood where residents need to wake up and go to work or school and carry on with their daily lives. The second very negative part of the equation is the lack of management. The real manager of these hotels is not the absentee owner whose primary concern is about the rent and whether the home survives the rental intact. It is not the management company, which by its nature is profit motivated and only wants to avoid getting involved in disputes whenever possible. It is also not the city employee whose primary concern is to ensure rentals are licensed and paying their TOT to the city. No, the real managers of these units are the neighbors who bought a home but are now tasked with being informants when there's too much noise late at night and too many cars parked at a home. Our residents have purchased homes in our wonderful low-density neighborhoods, which, while low density, are still compact enough where we all live with each other. We coexist as neighbors because that's what neighbors do. Please do not allow outside interests to buy business in our neighborhoods and put the burden of management on neighbors' homeowners. This battle is worth fighting. And at the very least, shelf this item until council meetings return to normal and people can be heard. Sincerely, Chris Connolly.
And that's all for public comments.
Okay, so Councilman Ward, you want to make your motion?
So I'll make a motion that this item be continued until the next scheduled council meeting where we can take it up in closed session.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, motion by Councilwoman Ward, second by Councilman James. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, hearing no opposition, passes 4-0.
All right, next item on the agenda, short-term lodging unit agreement provision, Title III, and ordinance amendment.
Mayor,
Are there any public comments on this item?
No public comments.
Okay, so does anybody from the council need to hear the staff report, or do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. This is Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. The staff report was excellent. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adopt staff recommendation to introduce ordinance number 1694 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente amending sections 3.24.190 and 3.24.220 of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to regulations governing access to short-term lodging units within the city.
Okay, and I'll second that motion. So motion by Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, second by Mayor Bain. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes 4-0.
All right, next item on the agenda, consideration of ordinances amending San Clemente Municipal Code, Section 8.86.040 related to permissible hours for erection of camping facilities in circumstances where public camping is permitted.
Okay. Do we need staff report, or we have a motion?
I'll make
Mayor
a motion.
Jean, can you just hold on? Yes. Before you make a motion, let me ask a question of Scott Smith. I was wondering on in here it says it is supplementing the word tents, now we'll say camp facilities. And in that it said no temporary structures, and it just kind of stops with that language. And I wondered if it was of any benefit at all to say after no temporary structures, comma, made up of any material, man-made or organic. And I was just wondering if anyone in the council has any comment on that. I know it's in the whereas on page 6, but it is mentioned in the staff report, and I'm not sure of the page. It talks about temporary structures, but doesn't give any definition to those. So Scott, if you can comment whether it'd be beneficial to add anything or to leave it at that, because I wanted to be able to encompass any temporary structures.
Mayor and Council, this is Scott Smith. I like that amendment. The idea here was providing absolute clarity to public campers and helping law enforcement to understand what's prohibited and what's not. And I don't think there's any problem. In fact, I welcome that amendment that would clarify that whether it's tarps or natural material or tents, those need to be taken down at dusk and I'm sorry, taken down at dawn and not erected until dusk. So if you'd like to read that again, Councilmember Ward, as part of a motion, then I think that does provide greater clarity and would actually help.
Okay, so I'll wait for any other council comments.
Okay, Councilman James, any other comments?
No other comment.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
No comments for me, thank you.
Okay, so Councilman Ward, do you want to make that motion with that addition?
Yes. I will move that we adopt urgency ordinance number 1695, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending section 8.86.040 related to permissible hours for erection camping facilities in circumstances where public camping is permitted, with the amendment that anywhere where it says no temporary structures, that the words be added made up of any material, man-made or organic, be added to that definition. And number 2, introduce ordinance number 1696, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending section 8.86.040 related to permissible hours for erection of camping facilities in circumstances where public camping is permitted. That's my motion, with the amendment.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, motion by Councilman Ward, second by Councilman James. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, passes 4-0.
Okay, oral communications part 2. I have no public comments. So moving on to report, city manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. As the council, and I'm sure the community is aware, we have been monitoring activities throughout our community as it relates to the COVID-19 crisis that has fallen our entire country. But that said, we continue as a city to monitor that pandemic, and we're taking the appropriate actions that we need to prevent its spread. Since the governor issued statewide executive orders to shelter in place, a number of people have continued to travel to San Clemente beaches, causing overcrowding of beachfront and beach trail. In addition, all San Diego County and Los Angeles County beaches are closed, as well as beaches in San Seal Beach and Laguna Beach, which actually is contributing to a higher use of our city's beaches. As a result, beginning on April 8th, I have taken the action to, on all city-owned beaches and coastal waters and beach trail and the Sea Summit Marblehead Coast Trails, that those will be closed to public access until further notice. Governor Newsom's stay-at-home orders, outdoor activities, or permits outdoor activities as long as safe social distance of 6 feet is maintained from people who are not part of the same household. Although many of our citizens are self-regulating and practicing good social distancing, the increased number of people gathering on San Clemente beaches has created more opportunities for community spread of the virus. Closing these areas is prudent, in my judgment, to reduce the potential spread of the virus and to protect the public. In order to enforce the closures, the Orange County Sheriff's Department, our Marine Safety and Code Enforcement, and Park Rangers employees will increase their monitoring, and individuals who do not comply with the closure orders may receive citations. The resolution will go into effect on April 8th at 4 a.m. and will remain in effect until further notice. I would like to add as well, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, that this is not an item, an issue that we have not long considered and have been want not to do it. But in judgment from the staff collectively, we believe that it has come time to actually take this action. And so as much as I did that earlier this evening, we will place a resolution in front of the council to confirm this action at your next council meeting. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions the council may have.
Any questions of the city manager? Okay.
Okay, city attorney,
Nothing more tonight, thank you.
council members?
Councilmember Ward?
Okay, so you're going to make me go first. I would like to thank our staff. No, I'll go first. I would like to thank our staff and everyone who is working to protect all of our residents against this COVID-19. Thank the city manager for the steps that he has taken to prevent that virus from being passed. I think we share the concern of everyone, and we are trying very hard to do what we have to do to protect our citizens. One thing that I would like the council to think about doing in the future, these council meetings are very difficult that they are now telephonic, and we're doing so in order not to spread this virus to each other, the city running. But questions that could be asked of staff before the council meetings, I think we need to get back to doing that. That is something that the councils in all past years always did. We asked our staff questions that we had, and we did not do so in public, especially when it's an item that's difficult on, say, like thousands of entries in a warrant register. I think our staff, they're very professional, and they can provide insight into anything that has been done, and I think that they do a good job at that. And I would just ask the rest of the council to please try and do that before the council meetings. And then if you have an issue of what you found out and the staff could not answer it, and you have an issue with it, then bring it up to the council. Because I think it just leaves a lot of hanging things out there, and this is all very hard for everyone to digest, and there's a lot going on right now. And so that's my request to the rest of the council, that we go back to asking our questions ahead of time. And I'd like to thank everyone for what we did tonight. I think it was a good council meeting, and I appreciate it.
Okay, Councilman Ward, thank you. Councilman James?
Over the next 2 weeks, the landscape of this crisis we're facing is going to be significantly changed, and not changed for the better. I really appreciate the hard work of the city manager, city staff, the sheriff's department, our firefighters. With that being said, I think all of us need to come together like we've never come together before, and unite and fight this thing together. And this is not the time for petty politics. This is not the time for I gotchas. this is the time to pull together as a city, and we'll come out on the other side of this. In the meantime, we also have to start preparing ourselves for a drastic reduction in city revenue. What is that going to look like? 15%, 20%, 25%? We don't know. City Manager Dunnick and I talked about it today. They're working right now. They are working the different scenarios, and we're going to have to be prepared to make hard decisions going into the future with those decisions. With that being said, I will shut up, and I'll thank my fellow council members for a great meeting this evening. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councilman James. Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
Thanks, Mayor Bain. Well, I've already shared with the council members, but I wanted to share on the record with the public, if they didn't see it, that some good news a couple days ago by a doctor named Deborah Burks, who's with the coronavirus response team with the White House. And she shared that the state of California and the state of Washington are seriously starting to flatten the curve. So we're really good examples for the rest of the nation. So social distancing is working really well. So I'm happy to hear that. And secondly, I wanted to talk about the RFP for legal services. And I've brought this up twice before and talked about how we've contracted with BBK for 5 years. And the lawsuit with the TCA is coming to a close, so I don't believe hopefully my colleagues don't see there any reason why we can't even entertain looking at possible alternatives. It's only the fiscally responsible thing to do and just good business after 5 years with a vendor. So I'd like to request to agendize that for the next council meeting, and I'm looking for a second in accordance with our council policy to be able to do that.
Okay, is there a second? And I'm not going to second that for reasons that I will explain here shortly in my comment.
I think before I could second that, I've had a conversation with City Manager Dunnick. I think I would like to see an assessment of what he sees in regards to our legal billing leading up to now. I think I'd like to really be able to navigate this crisis first before I can support that. But I'm very much in favor of looking at an RFP going into the future. Now's not the time. I agree the 5-year mark is probably the right time. It would also be a great time to talk about it as we get into the budget process, but I'm not prepared to second that motion at this time.
Mayor Bain, if I may.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you so much. With all due respect to the city manager, he's not a lawyer, and legal billing is quite an expertise to have. So with all due respect, Councilmember James, having him look at that, I don't think is going to have the outcome that we expect. And also, you may not know that our interim city manager did have Scott Smith as the city attorney for the city of Lake Forest for many, many years. So anyhow, I wouldn't be supportive of that being a very objective way to get a handle on this from what you're looking at for legal costs. And we also just had a legal services workshop as well. So I don't know what further you need. I know you had indicated a couple of times you would request support me on this request, but it doesn't sound like I have that support anymore. But thank you for allowing me to propose it and for entertaining my suggestion in the interest of the taxpayers.
Council member, I have told you the same thing every time that I just told you right now. I've That's what I've said, and I have nothing to add.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, comments, go ahead.
So this is Councilmember Ward. I think this is such a bad time to bring this up, and it's probably the fourth or fifth time that it has been brought up. And then to make comments that our interim city manager has some type of relationship with our city attorney, these are just allegations that they should not be being made at this time. And I would just ask the council to please just do not entertain this at this time and let the city get on with running the city how we are supposed to do it and taking care of our citizens.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem,
Thanks, Mayor Bain. I'm sorry. Yes, so thank you for the comments, but getting along with running the city is important to take a look at our legal services that we have to see if we can reduce those expenses, because we're going to have to cut costs. There's no doubt that we're going to have to do that with the revenue reductions we're going to see, and it's going to be significant. So this is all in the interest of being a good fiscal fiduciary of our treasury, and that's all. So therefore, sounds like that's not going to be supported this time, and who knows when in the future. But thank you so much for listening. My last item is consultant contracts. I would like to know if I could have a second to agendize looking at consultant contracts, from lobbyists to expert strategists, the public relations consultants, and so forth. Again, looking at the kinds of budgetary reductions we will need to make from here on out. Do I have a second to do that?
I'll second that motion.
Jean, can I make a comment before you do that?
Okay.
What she's asking for is something that we've already talked about, and it is being done, and she does not need to make this motion at this time, and I think that she is out of order making this motion. She is getting into confidential matters, and she needs to stop. And I asked the mayor to do something about this. Mayor Bain, I'm not hearing you. It's a point of order. I'm not going to take control of it.
So I'm not sure what confidential matter she's referring to. If it's about the TCA consultants, I'm not a part of those closed sessions, so I don't know what was discussed there. But I will say this: I don't think it hurts to go back and look at consulting contracts, all that. I think in my experience and what I've seen from the emails is there are targeted requests for that based on personal vendettas and actions that I've seen. I think that's in part related to the issue with Best and Krieger, but if Mr. James wants to support Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson in that, then I think that can be looked at some point. It's pretty vague in terms of what those contracts would be, but I will say this. I've been working incredibly hard, as I know other council members have, on the current crises that we've been facing. Every day has been a 6+ hour day for me with these issues, as I know it's been longer for staff. I would just encourage all of our council members to work together and row in the same direction as it relates to not splitting staff time 1,000 different directions when we've got effectively a crisis on our hands. And that's the comment I'd like to make. I've seen a lot of different actions related to the beach parking fund, to different funds, and not to say that that's not important, but when you're dealing with a global pandemic and every day is a new challenge, a new crisis, diverting staff time to those issues I don't think is necessarily the best use of staff time. So that's my 2 cents on that. And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, if you want to request the agendize in a second by Councilman James, and that's the way our process works, and so be it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Bain, but I'd love to be able to respond to Councilwoman Ward's critique of me just now. I actually asked the city attorney, and he said I would need to agendize this for a public meeting if I was going to discuss eliminating contracts. So therefore, that's what I did. So thank you, and thank you, Councilmember James, for supporting me on that.
Councilmember James, I would like to request that you pull that second from that, because these are items that are already being done and have been discussed tonight and do not need to be agendized at this time.
All right, so folks, I'm just going to, at this point, just interject. I mean, I understand everybody has difference of opinion. Councilman James, unless you want to change your mind, I want to move forward. It's getting late. I'm sure that timbers are starting to get frayed. So, do you have anything to add, Councilman James?
I have nothing to add at this time.
Okay. So, Mayor Pro Tem, are you done?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vane.
All right. So I just wanted to second all the comments that have been made about staff tonight and all the hard work they've been doing. I'm working with them every single day and talking to them repeatedly. I know that they've got their hearts into this and doing everything they humanly can to make sure our city is safe, the city's running, and that our residents are being well represented. So I applaud them, staff, all staff, for that. I have probably some big news that's going to catch some of my colleagues off guard. I was approached, I don't know, a little while back by a company located out of state about a job offer. And never in my life did I think that I would ever consider leaving San Clemente or leaving my current job at Shepherd Mullen. But I was presented with an opportunity that, frankly, I just couldn't say no to. Both for myself and for my family. So I am going to be resigning as mayor, effective April 21st at 5:59 p.m. and then resigning from council after the April 21st council meeting. I've accepted the position out of state, and my family is going to be moving out of state likely in either late May or early June as soon as this current pandemic relents and we're able to do so. When I took the oath of office, I took it, believing that I would be here for the rest of my life. So for those folks that are either angry or concerned that I took the office of mayor or council knowing that I might leave, that's just not true. We fully expected to spend the rest of our lives here. So this is a sad day for me and my family that we're leaving, but at the same time, it's an absolutely incredible opportunity, professionally, as I said, and for my family, and I think it's one that I just simply can't pass up. And I want folks to know that I've been working diligently every day to try to do the best that I can to represent the city, to work with my colleagues, to work with staff, and I'll continue doing so through the 21st. I feel like we are in an incredible shape in terms of the people that we have leading both on the council and at the staff level, and I thank God for Bob Dunnick coming in to help us. I think he's the right guy to guide us. I thank Scott Smith for the work that he and BBK have done in a variety of matters, not just the toll road, but a variety of matters. I think they've represented the city very well. Legal costs we've talked about, they're up there, but I think they're trending down. But most importantly, I just want to say to the folks that supported me, I'm sorry that I can't finish my term. I wish that I could accomplish more in my time, but I feel like in a year and a half, we've accomplished a lot. A lot of the campaign goals that I had, we've accomplished. And I leave the city with my head held high that I gave it everything that I possibly could to do the best job for the city. So with that, as I said before, I'll submit my letter of resignation tomorrow formally to Joanne Bade, but I'll be stepping down as mayor effective 5:59 p.m. on April 21st, and April 21st will be my last city council meeting as a city council member. So I would ask for a second right now that we agendize for the 21st replacement for myself as mayor.
Second.
So I know there's probably a lot of questions, both of my colleagues and folks out in the community. I'm happy to answer those as time permits, but it's been an absolute honor serving as mayor and serving as a council member. And I leave with a lot of trepidation because I know that I'm leaving a great place to live in a great city. But I'll be back here often to visit and to see friends, but my life is taking me in a different direction at this moment. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
The I'll make a motion to adjourn to the next regular council meeting. It's scheduled to take place on April 21st, 2020. Closed session items will be considered at 5 p.m. and the regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m.
Okay, and I'll second that. So there's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, passes 4-0.
All right, thank you.
I thought he was going to say he was going to go work for BB.